All right. Can't believe how fast 3 days went. Can you believe it's already day 3 of the Lunch and Learn?
It is now day 3 of the Lunch and Learning. Some of you are wondering what's in store for today. Well, today, I'm excited. It's a day like no other day, but of course, every day is like no other day. And what are we going to be talking about? We're going to be talking about appreciation. What are we going to be talking about? We're going to be talking about rejection. I mean, those are interesting bedfellows. Wouldn't you say, Glenn? Appreciation and rejection. Now,
absolutely.
What could we be thinking about on a day like today? How is appreciation and rejection going to double my revenue? Well, stand by, because you are in for a treat. You're going to see 2 awesome, amazing presentations, the first time that it's ever been done on the Village Connector Studio stage. That's right, we're here at Village Connector TV Studios, down here in the heart of Laurel, Maryland. Over here with over $1 million worth of studio and television equipment. And we're just hanging out with Glenn Garnes and the Abundant Society in the Village Connector TV Studios. And it's going to be a great and phenomenal day.
I can't wait, Trevor. I mean, I'm really looking forward to it. Looking forward to all the content that's been put together. Looking forward to change lives.
Did you turn your mic on?
And looking forward for the next 12 months to be the best 12 months ever. And that's what makes this really, really amazing.
And Shay, I mean, I'm sure you had some very inspirational words, but it doesn't look like your microphone is on. Do you see a light, Shay? Do you see a light? Typically, Shay, when things are on, there's like generally an indicator or a light. You know, sometimes the light is green, but there's usually some indicator, Shay, that it's on.
Shay the dead battery mic. Oh, that old trick.
Wait a minute, I changed these batteries myself.
It's working.
I know that the batteries aren't bad.
Don't blame it on the batteries. Well, I know we're going to be getting started. Folks are getting lined up. If you want, you can bring me up and we'll be ready to kick off there.
All right, let's bring you up.
Messages are going out. We're here. Let me step up here. Mic check, everyone. Welcome aboard. You're in for a treat. You know you love the mic check, Glenn. You know you love the mic check. I like it. You like it.
See, Glenn, here's what we do. We're making you hip, Glenn. We're making you hip. See, Glenn, I know you have children and you got some older ones, and just go home and just say, mic check. It just makes you cool, Glenn. It makes you cool.
Are they really going to know what that means?
Hey, Glenn, I want you to know, when I answer my phone, I don't say hello. I say, mic check. Trevor speaking.
Mic check. And welcome all of you who are here. You're here early. You're ready for an awesome, amazing event. And we've got a lineup. This is day 3. Now, how many days do we have? I don't know. There may come a time, maybe it'll be day 35. And Glenn will still be saying mic check. And at day 323, imagine we did this like 365 straight days, just all of us coming together. Glenn's looking like, you've got to be kidding me. No. Trevor might have this idea called Power 365. Trevor, I just created something for you. Power 365, and for the next 365 days, heck, we're going to all hang out with you guys.
You know, that's not a bad idea, and I'll tell you why. Think about what most people do 365 days a year. They get up in the morning, they get an attitude about having to get in the shower and get into rush hour traffic and go to a job they hate, working with people they don't like, and a boss that doesn't appreciate them.
Right.
And then they turn on the news, and they're watching drama and dissension and nothing that's adding any value to making them better at who they are and what they do. So think about if we were able to change that paradigm, so when people got up in the morning, they looked forward to it because of what they're going to learn today. It's going to make them better at who they are and what they do. So that they then got into rush hour with a better attitude and realized that that's not something to be upset about. And then when they got to work, they got to be so effective at what they did that they became the boss instead of being subject to the boss. And then maybe they would realize that not only could they be the boss, but they could be the owner of their own companies.
Oh, that's really cool. And, you know, not only can you be the owner, you can be your own boss, but what I really like about it, Glenn, is it gives you an opportunity to really do what you want to do. It enjoys you to really pursue your purpose and pursue your passion.
Well, that's what it means to be empowered. Empowerment means that you now are in control of your own destiny, and you're not subject to what somebody else decides you're worth. You're not subject to what somebody else wants for you, or more importantly, what somebody else wants to limit you to. You write the ticket. You create, I can't remember who it was. It's one of my favorite quotes, but I can't remember who said it right now, is that the best way to predict the future is to create it.
Ah.
So ultimately, that's what empowerment is all about. And that's what we're doing here. I mean, we're sharing some gems. We're sharing some wisdom here that empowers people to go out and create the lifestyle they want for themselves instead of settling for what they think they can get. That's what most of us do. We settle for what we think we can get instead of going after what we really want.
How true is that? How true and how powerful is that? You know, Glenn, today I understand that we're going to have another opportunity to go behind the scenes. We have another opportunity to see inside of the computers, and we have an opportunity to really check in with folks to find out exactly what it takes to really put together the system and the structure to take their business and take their careers to the next level. Is that correct?
You betcha. We got some real special stuff today. I mean, I don't want to say that we saved the best for last, because the truth is it's all good. Every bit of substance that we shared, starting with Monday, Tuesday, and now today, all of it is good. It all plays a role, but we're going to complete the picture today.
Okay.
So if you only tuned in on Monday and you missed Tuesday and Wednesday, then you have an incomplete picture. And when you can't visualize the full picture, then you don't appreciate what it means to become part of that picture. Because that's exactly what we're talking about right now. We're sharing information that allows you to become part of a picture that creates success. And the only way for you to do that is to have a complete picture. So if you're tuning in today for the first time, and you might even want to tell them, how to share this out, Shay, to get some other folks going. But if you are tuning in today for the first time, you owe it to yourself to go back and watch day 1 and day 2. And I ask you to do that because we don't want you to have an incomplete picture. So what do we do?
Glenn, for those that are arriving and they want to participate, they want to have an opportunity to ask questions. They're looking for a chance to connect, and they also may have some special opportunities to promote their business and what they do through a community. So let's tell them where to go. Let me share where you all can go to participate today. Just 2 things you can do. Number one is you can look right below the video, and you'll see a big button that says click here. And once you click there, that'll drive you directly into the private, to the elusive, to the exclusive Facebook group. Or you can type in virtualnetworkinglive.com. Again, virtualnetworkinglive.com. Once you do that, you type in virtualnetworkinglive.com. Once you do that, here's what's really cool. You have access immediately. You can tell us your first name, tell us your last name, and tell us what you do and where you're from. So what do you do again? You go to virtualnetworkinglive.com, and right there you type in your first name, type in your last name, tell us where you're from, and more importantly, tell us what you do. Now, why would you do that? Well, one is the opportunity to promote your business, which is pretty cool. I mean, that's what you want to do, right? Secondly, it's a great way to really connect with other folks. When you're in the private, elusive, exclusive Facebook group, it puts a face on a name. Hence the word Facebook. I get it. I didn't create it, but Facebook. And so you can do that. Also, yesterday and throughout these presentations, folks are able to take time and communicate with other folks. So you can like what you see, you can share what you're doing, and we're going to do some really special things in here that's going to make it a whole lot of fun and make it really easy for all of us. So where do you need to go? Head on over right now to virtualnetworkinglive.com. Again, virtualnetworkinglive.com is where you put your first name, put your last name, and share what you do. And I'm excited. I'm excited because you have potential inside of you to perform at a higher level. I'm excited because you're even listening right now. Those of you that are listening right now, maybe you're doing some other things and you can hear our voices. some of you, you're intently, and we'll tell you when to come back, and we want you to watch. We want you to see certain things. See, there's really three ways that folks learn. There are three fundamental things. First, you learn intellectually. You learn by just hearing the message, watching the presentation. You're like, okay, Glenn, I get it. Shay, I get it. Intellectually, even as I'm talking up here, you're like, duh, Shay, I want to make the next 12 months my best 12 months ever. You get it. And then some of you, the second way you learn is you go out and you do it. So when you go and you take action and you do it, you just learn it differently. Experiential learning, I believe is what it's called. And then the third way you learn is you teach it to other folks. So today, and of course when you teach it, you see it differently. Today you have the opportunity to really learn, to be a student. And I want you to take that very seriously. And I take it very seriously. So here's what I'd like for you to do. Head over to virtualnetworkinglive.com. It's where all the action happens, virtualnetworkinglive.com. I have what I call here my handy dandy phone. Unlike Glenn and Trevor, they're still walking around with laptops. Can you imagine that in this day and world, carrying around a big old laptop like that? Not Shay Brown. Well, they have the Samsung, so I guess they can do certain things, but they can't do everything an iPhone can do. And an iPhone can't do everything they can do. You know, Glenn, there may come a day we won't even talk about iPhones. There'll be something else in our hand. Who knows? Maybe we'll be looking at our hand like this, and it'll be on our hand.
Actually, I'm looking for the day where we have a Borg implant, a chip that they just plug into your head, and you can just visualize it through your eyeball, and you don't have to worry about all this carrying stuff around. You just think it and make it happen.
Ah, now that would be really cool. That would be really cool if you do that, by the way. It's like having Google Glasses. I think, why do I keep promoting all this stuff, Glenn? Why? Tell me, why do I keep promoting all this stuff?
Because
I've got to figure this out at some point, right?
Marketing is in your blood. Let me tell you something. That Borg implant, that's not going to happen today. Mm-hmm. It's not going to happen today, which is why you need to be tuned in to Village Connector TV, watching the Lunch and Learn here with Che and Trevor and myself, because there is no way for us to simply broadcast this directly to your brain. You've got to play an active role in tuning in so that we can share this information with you and so you can benefit from it.
Absolutely. So with that being said, Glenn, I know we have a powerful lineup this morning. I'm going to encourage everyone right now to go over to virtualnetworkinglive.com. Again, virtualnetworkinglive.com. Let me just share just a couple things while I'm up here. I'll just share something very quickly, Glenn. I know he's getting queued up, and Glenn's really excited. We've all been so excited. We couldn't wait till today. But take a moment, if you will, and think about putting together your best 12 months ever. And think about what that's going to take. And we know it's going to take three main components. It's going to take some goals, and you can do those. And I wanted to share just a strategy, just getting on for those that are just getting here and getting started. And it's called Goals, Strategy, and Action. Something that I learned from my mentor, Eric. Goals, Strategy, Action. So start thinking about the goals that you want to list out, and then put together all the strategies you're going to use to incorporate that, and then what action steps you got to take in order to make that a reality. And I'm so excited. Now, I want to give a shout out to all of you yesterday who were with us, who hung out with us yesterday. Those of you who are heading over to the private, to the exclusive Facebook group. I have to make sure that none other than Trevor, I have to make sure it's open so everyone can join on. Henry Irvin says he's here from the great state of Texas. Henry, I'm not reading the second part of that. I'm not reading home of the Dallas Cowboys. I'm not reading that. I get it. I have blue on today. I get that. But I'm a Washington Redskins fan. We're here in the nation's capital. Actually, we're in Lower Maryland. The stadium can't be more than 20 minutes from here. And can you imagine? I think Glenn Garnes is a Dallas. Are you a Dallas fan?
Let me tell you something. I got one thing to say to Henry.
Are you a Dallas fan?
He had the nerve to come in here and mention the Dallas Cowboys, knowing that all these Redskin fans are online and in Washington, D.C., and that we're broadcasting from the nation's
Hey, he's
capital.
proud. He's proud.
The only thing I can say to Henry Irvin right now is, how about them Cowboys?
I know he's going to do something crazy like that. Glenn Garnes does not live in Texas. I don't believe he pays taxes in Texas. I'm not sure how often he even visits Dallas.
I don't
but
pay
yet he
taxes in
cheers.
Washington, D.C.
Cheers. He can hear the stadium from here, and he cheers for the Dallas Cowboys. I don't get it. I'm a Washington Redskins fan. Go Washington, go. We're going to convert and bring Glenn and Trevor Ox. We're going to bring them on back home. We're going to bring them on back home, and they'll be here. But Henry, it's great to connect with you again. Looking forward to all the great content we have to share with you today, and looking forward to you making the next 12 months your best 12 months ever. And go ahead out there, put where your page is, Henry, and we'll share that with other folks that are out there. And shout out to all of you who are just joining on today for the very first time. Glenn, with that being said, I believe I'll queue up and see how you're getting set up back there, Glenn. Now, Glenn today is going to be back on his computer. He's going to be connected with folks all over the place. He'll have an opportunity to see what really goes on inside of his computer. And I tell you right now, I just can't wait. I mean, I really can't wait. I'm really excited about it and just really looking forward to what's going to take place and how it's all going to happen and come together. And he said today he's going to package it. He's going to do a recap and kind of bring things together. And Glenn, is that the case? Is that what I'm hearing is going to happen today?
What's that?
That you're going to like bring together a package that's going to kind of do a quick recap and kind of share with folks what they can do to really gain greater connection, build stronger relationships, and as you like to talk about, become the collaborator.
Absolutely. We're going to recap what we've done over the past 3 days. I'm going to bring it all together and show where all the pieces fit together.
Okay.
And not just where the pieces fit together, but how to start turning this into a system rather than just things you know are out there. It's one thing to be aware that they're out there. It's this is a toolkit. If you imagine a toolkit, you walk into a Home Depot or wherever you go to buy your tools,
okay,
and you got a toolkit, and you open that toolkit up, and there are things in there that you've never seen before. You don't know what they do. You don't know how to use them. You don't visualize what you can build with them. And so you really don't have an appreciation for what it means to have a toolkit. But when you learn what the tools are for and how they can be utilized to create, you then position yourself to be appreciative of what that toolkit could mean to you and what you're trying to accomplish in your life. Now today, we're obviously in the last 3 days, we've been talking about business tools. We've been talking about tools that allow us to build relationships. And so we're starting now to understand both the importance of building relationships in business and then the tools that are available for us to get the job done. So today, you will understand how your toolkit works, how it becomes a systematic part of your business, and how you will benefit in the process of learning how to deploy these tools in the proper way.
Whoa, great summary, Glenn. That's a great way to line it up and kind of start it up. And so we're going to start off with the very first presentation. Now, for those that are out there, you're like, whoa, the presentation's happening? Yes, it's going to be happening just shortly. No, you guys are really getting going now? Yes, I know. You're like, whoa, I can't believe this. But first, before we do that, we want you to invite you in with us so we can communicate back with you. You can communicate with us. You can ask your toughest questions with Glenn today. There's a lot that you can do. How do you do that? Well, first you go over to virtualnetworkinglive.com. Go to virtualnetworkinglive.com. When you get there, just knock. If you're not already a member, you'll be let in today. And then tell us your first name, tell us your last name, share where you're from, and more importantly, what you do. We want to hear from you. Now, for others that are watching, you're like, whoa, Glenn said there's some things that are happening. And they are. Here's what I'd like for you to do. Look right above the video, just right there above it. There's a share button. Just hit it. Just like right now, just take your mouse, bing, bing, click, click, and hit share. Once you hit the share button, at that point, it will then share it out on your private group. And here's what I want you to put. Here's what I want you to put. As soon as you do that, put this down. Just trust me on this. Just trust me on this. Put hashtag double your revenue. Just put that down. Just put hashtag double my revenue. Hashtag double my revenue. Hashtag double my revenue. And that's the hashtag that we're going to use today. That's one of the hashtags we're going to use because Glenn's going to show you how you can do that. Now, for others that are listening right now, to put down hashtag better my best. Better than my best. Because Glenn's going to share with you how you can communicate directly with your existing clients and build greater rapport, but at the same time, how you may be able to reach out to other folks and build a better relationship. Maybe they're not clients, but they could be power partners. Maybe there's someone you should be associated with, and he's going to show you how to do that. Glenn, what are your thoughts?
I have lots of thoughts. Do you really want to hear that?
He's coming up here. Good to see you, man.
What a great day. Oh, sorry. Did you already do that part? Well, I have so many thoughts, and I have to say that the most important thought I think I have, especially relative to our topic and what we're doing here on this Lunch and Learn, is the thought that you really have an opportunity here to do something to really move yourself forward in business. We talk about doubling your income and taking your business to the next level, and we use a lot of phrases I think sometimes go over people's heads because they hear that, but then they don't know that there's some action that needs to be taken in order to make that happen. Okay. Sounds good when we're up here on stage sharing all this information. It sounds great. Everyone's all excited, but there's still some action that needs to be taken. We talked about the toolkit.
Toolkit, yes.
Okay, it's one thing to know about the toolkit. It's another thing to know all the tools do. But if you don't have the toolkit, then you're no better off than someone that doesn't know how to use the toolkit that has the tools.
Okay.
So, one of my favorite writers, a gentleman by the name of Leo Buscaglia, had a very profound quote, and the quote is simply this: "To know and not to do is not to know."
Ah, I like that. To know.
In fact, I'm going to ask you to write that down. To know and not to do is not to know. In other words, if you know that something needs to be done, if you have the knowledge of something, it's not enough to know it. Everyone thinks that knowledge is power, and that is not true. Knowledge implemented through activity is what creates the power. So you've got to focus on taking this knowledge and doing something with it. Che was talking earlier about the 4 ways that we learn. We talked about learned knowledge. That's when you're sitting here during these lectures and some of the exercises that we do, and you're reading books and learning from video or whatever it might be. That's learned knowledge. Activity knowledge is the second level of learning, and that's just, none of these are more important than the other. They all play an important role, but learning through activity, getting out and doing. You plan, you do, you review your results, and you make adjustments if it's necessary. But the point I'm trying to make is that that's only the second portion of learning. Third is modeling knowledge. When you take a look at what other people that are doing the things that you'd like to be doing have done to be successful, you put yourself on track to accelerate your learning curve, to accelerate the pace at which you can achieve. Someone else has already traveled the path and they're telling you the direction you need to go and how far you need to go to get there. That saves you a lot of time in trial and error. That's modeling knowledge. Remember, we talked about being a copycat. In school, we were penalized for that. When you get out in real life, you're rewarded for it. So the point is, you got to understand the power of modeling yourself after others who are achieving what you'd like to achieve. And then the fourth way that we learn, of course, you mentioned was teaching knowledge. One of the reasons I love teaching is because every time I teach, I get greater insight. I gain greater insight into the things that I teach, and it helps me to be better at it myself. You know, think about it. A math teacher is great at math because they immerse themselves in it. And they immerse themselves in it because they have to know it well enough to be able to explain to someone else how to do it. That's a pretty powerful thing to be able to possess, is the ability to communicate with other people in a way that allows you to learn more because you've got to know it well enough to teach someone else how to be good at it like you are. So all of these things are important. Unfortunately, you don't get most of this in college. You don't get most of it in high school. You very rarely get it on the job when you're working full-time for someone else, which is why it's so important for you to do what you're doing today, which is to tune in and be part of what we're doing here so that we can share this knowledge with you. You see, if you were just sitting there in your office right now, watching just anything that's happening on Facebook instead of watching what's happening here in the elusive, exclusive Facebook group.
The
elusive Facebook group.
You got it.
You know, you would be basically missing an opportunity to actually acquire some knowledge that's going to help you to do something more tomorrow than you are capable of today. So this is your training ground. This is your opportunity to pick up some new skills. And those new skills are going to empower you to be better tomorrow. And if you're better tomorrow, you're going to be more confident. A lot of us suffer from a confidence deficit, but it's because we choose to keep ourselves incompetent on things that we know we should be doing.
Powerful.
So you can remove that incompetence by simply being in action to take responsibility for yourself and investing in yourself through personal development, professional development in this instance, but simply continually acquiring more knowledge. And when you start sharing that knowledge with others the way Che and Trevor do, you now have elevated your game even more, because you're now not only empowering yourself, you're not only becoming more valuable to yourself and to others, you're empowering others to do the same. And if we can create that little ripple across the pond for everyone to be empowered to be the best they can be at who they are, and everyone reach just one other person with that same level of energy, that's when the world starts to change. The problem for most of us is that we don't think that the little bit that we can do will make a difference, so we never get started. I'm telling you right now, it's about the little bit you can do, and the little bit Che can do, and the little bit Trevor and I can do. Cumulatively, those little bits make a big difference. One of my favorite thoughts, and I would ask you to even write this down: many hands make light work. Many hands make light work. Put that in. Type that into the private,
the elusive, exclusive Facebook group, and they're doing that.
And then share it out. Share it out. Click the share button. Type it in there, and then share it. Actually, you can't share it out of the group now. I think.
Well, what you can do is once you type it in there, you put it in, and then others will be able to see it.
Right.
And then once we share later, which we'll hit the Facebook icon button on the board, we will share. I will acknowledge some folks that are here early. They're already doing some great things. Joan Corner Woman Wilson.
Oh,
now
Joan.
she already typed in something.
Joan.
Knowledge is power. Knowledge shared is power. Knowledge shared,
multiplied. I like
power
that.
multiplied. She put the quote in there. Dr. Wright is with us all the way from Los Angeles. Dr. Letitia S. Wright is with us all the way from.
Letitia S. Wright?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to
Dr.
remember
Letitia
the S next
S.
time.
Wright is on here. She says, to know and not to do is not to know.
There you go.
Donna's back in here from Philadelphia.
Very
she
good.
says, I'm here. She's here today. Brent Harney says, she's in the house as well. Presidential executive is on board again. David Gaw. Did you meet David last time?
No,
He
I
wrote
didn't.
a great book. He's out of Texas as well. He's out of Texas as
yes,
well.
I did meet David.
Yes,
he was on the live. Yeah, I remember.
Dr. Wright put hashtag better your best. Hey, that was a picture of me. Glenn Garn says it's time to make donuts. I'm coming on stage and I'm excited. Are you excited or what?
You know I'm excited.
Time to
I've
make
been excited
donuts.
all week.
Dr. Wright says, Dr. Wright, you were doing well until you wrote down Dallas Cowboys. You were doing well. Now, for those of you who are...
We got to stick together.
That's right.
Cowboys.
That's right. Now, for those of you who are just peeking in right now, Latoya Cooper says, many hands make light work.
I love when people follow instructions well.
They're doing it so great. And I love it when I have this. See, Glenn doesn't have something handy like this. He has a Samsung, and I don't know where it is. Mine's right here, and I'm able to go back and forth. And that,
Look, if I gotta go break out my S5 and just blow you away, I can actually.
First off, if he was gonna do it, he would have done it. I have mine here. It's right here. I'm able to communicate. You and Trevor are still carrying around them laptops, and that's like so long ago. Big laptops, you're carrying them around. Not Shay Brown.
The reason I don't have my cell phone up here is I still have one of those ones that's like the suitcase. It's still got the handset on it. I love technology, but I love some of the old stuff,
Well, I love it too, and it all works. I mean, I joke, and at the end of the day, you need a smartphone that does what it's supposed to do. This does it very well for me. Okay, no more advertising. Glenn, I know you're going to be getting queued up. I know you're about ready. Now, those that are heading over there, again, head over to Virtual Networking Live. Now, I understand you will take some questions.
Yes.
So if they have questions in there, I know you do follow the feed. You're actually in there yourself. I understand it's not an assistant, it's not a machine, it's not some software that's interacting. It is the Glenn Garn. Is that correct? So when they see you posting, they see you in there, it's you.
When you pull back the big black curtain.
Oh, the big black curtain.
Oh, wait a minute. Did somebody say they're going to pull back the big black curtain?
You reach into that treasure chest of secrets.
Right. You will see
Glenn pops up. Pop.
You will see this big fat guy sitting in there. That's me.
Well, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. I know you're going to be getting queued up. I know we're getting started in just a couple of, I do mean that, by the way, just a couple of minutes. Are y'all queued up already?
Yeah, we are queued up, but
But what are you
have a
talking
few
about?
moments. I have a few
Okay.
thoughts I want to share.
Okay, can I go? I'm
You
not
go do
queued
your
up.
thing.
Can I
Yeah.
give you a few minutes
You
to
go do your thing.
to go ahead and share your message with the folks?
Absolutely.
Is that okay? Okay.
Let's do that. So let's start off. I think that this would be appropriate for us to do a little bit of a recap, if we will, because we did cover a lot of information over these last few days, and I want to do a pop quiz. You know, we're in school right now. We're learning together. So the bottom line is that no learning experience would be complete without a pop quiz. So I want to see how many of you were paying attention back on Monday when we talked about the 3 things. This is a simple one. This is easy stuff. What were the 3 things that your marketing system should do? There were 3 things I talked about that every marketing system should do to be complete. Do you remember what those things were? How many of you remember what those things were? I know there's going to be a little bit of a delay between my asking that question and you're actually seeing it and then being able to provide an answer. And then, you know what? Hey, Che, do me a favor.
Yes.
Bring me up my cell phone so I can actually see.
No, we're not bringing your cell
It's
phone.
sitting right- it's
I'll
sitting
go
right in the
find
control
your
room.
phone.
Glenn, I mean, it's really been a powerful couple of days. I mean,
Here it is.
All right, so I got my cell phone now.
It's kind of hard for me to grab this phone. It's like, I should.
Come on.
I'm not going to do that. I love Samsung. It's all good.
All right, so let me see if I can get in here to the private, the exclusive Facebook group.
Well, you know, on the iPhone, Glenn, they have like an icon, and it says Facebook. It's an app, and you just
Is that what
click
it
the
is?
app. Yeah, it's really easy.
It's like you
and
can
it's
get
really easy
right
to
in
read.
here.
It's easy to see, and this pops up.
All right, Smarty. Well, I happen to be in here right now, so I don't need any further coaching from you on that. But I will say this. That was a very simple first quiz question. What were the 3 things that your marketing system should do for you? So we'll cover that in a minute. Now, while we're waiting to talk about those 3 things, while we're waiting to see if you passed the test, let's talk a little bit about some of the other things we did on Monday and on Tuesday. We started off by talking about the importance of relationship marketing. We talked about the ability to use technology to enhance your ability to build relationships with people online. We talked about the importance of understanding how to use technology without losing the personal touch with people. Because keep in mind, technology is a wonderful thing, but it should not replace a relationship with you. It should enhance the relationship with you. Because if you're in business, people want to know you, not just your business. In fact, that's one of the first things I teach my clients to do, is to let people get to know you before they get to know your business. So let me share, in fact, why don't we type that into the feed for people to be aware of. Let people get to know you before they get to know your business. Let people get to know you before they get to know your business. And that's important because, especially since most of us, we're not Microsoft today, which means that for the most part, people are coming to us in business because of us, of our individual relationship with them. Now, as your business grows, you of course will have the ability to be able to brand yourself in a way that your business name and your business presence becomes what people think about it. But until that happens, for the most part, people are looking at you as being the reason that they're coming to do business. Now, again, when you get to be the size of McDonald's or Burger King or Nike or Microsoft or any of those brands that we saw, Starbucks and Harley Davidson, then it becomes about the brand, and it's not so much about the individuals behind the brand. But think about this. Everybody who does business with Apple knows Steve Jobs. Most people that do business with Microsoft still know Bill Gates. So there still is something to be said about the individuals behind the brand. So with that in mind, we want to talk about making sure that you have an appreciation for how to create that nexus, that connection between you and your customers. Now, with that in mind, boy, it looks like not many people, either you don't want to answer the quiz or not many people have the answer. LaToya Cooper, we have a winner, folks. We have somebody that was paying attention. LaToya Cooper posted that the 3 goals of a marketing system are to increase the size of your network, strengthen the relationships you have with the people in your network, and increase the frequency of contact. And she is absolutely right. So when you think about that, Increasing the size of your network means that there's more people for you to potentially be of service to. That doesn't guarantee that you'll have the opportunity to be of service to them, but it does increase the possibility that you will. Strengthening the relationships with the people that you have in your network further increases the likelihood that you'll have the opportunity to be of service to them. That's probably the most significant factor in whether you'll have the opportunity to be of service to them, is how you choose to strengthen the relationship that you have with them. And then the third thing, which is kind of sealing the deal, if you will, is increasing the frequency of contact that you have with the people in your network. Now that's important because there's a lot of times where you know a lot of people and they all love you. But if they're not thinking about you at a time when they could use your services or when they could make a referral of someone they know that could use your services, you may be missing opportunity. And I've actually had that occur several times in my law practice in particular, where I missed the opportunity to be of service to a client because at a time when they needed me, they hadn't heard from me in so long that they forgot that I handled that kind of case, or they forgot that they didn't even know that if they came to me for one type of case, I may have done a poor job of letting them know that there are other things that I can do to be of service to them. And so I missed out on an opportunity to continue to service that client. So with that in mind, congratulations to LaToya. You get an A, you pass with flying colors. And I appreciate your being willing to share those goals. Now, with that in mind, today we're going to talk about a tool in your toolkit that you can use to strengthen the relationships that you have with the people in your network and to also increase the frequency of contact that you have with people. And this is a very important tool. It's a tool that I've used for about 10 years now. And it's a tool that I use very frequently. It's a tool I absolutely love. And I'd like to tell a little story. Actually, it's a two-part story to kind of illustrate the power of what I'm about to share with you. Back when I was practicing law, I used to make it a point to stay in touch with my clients using greeting cards. And that was something that was very labor intensive back then. This was back in the early 90s. There was no such thing as the internet. We were just getting computers that allowed you, I mean, my first computer was a IBM AT that had 1 megabyte of memory.
What?
Yeah, that's right.
That's not a computer, Glenn. That was like a gigantic watch.
Well, today, your cell phone has more power than most computers that we worked with 5 years ago even. But here's my point. Back then, there was no internet. So a lot of the things that we take for granted today, we did manually. There was no email. There was none of that stuff. So when I wanted to communicate with my clients, I had to do it either by writing a letter and dropping it in the US mail, or I chose to do it using greeting cards, because greeting cards have a tendency to evoke more emotion. And one of the things that I did, and this is how important it is for you to show gratitude and appreciation and acknowledgement to your clients, is I used greeting cards as a way for them to know that I appreciated their business. Because the only thing I did in that greeting card was to thank them for giving me the opportunity to be of service to them and to let them know I was thinking about them. Those were the two purposes that I sent the card out. A lot of attorneys would send out letters and they would have a long letter explaining all the other things that they did. And I did that too, but sometimes it's important just to take the time to acknowledge people, express gratitude, and to let them know that you were thinking about them. So sending a greeting card to someone was one of those ways, a very effective way. I mean, you know what it's like when you get a greeting card in the mail. You'll flip through all the bills and you see a greeting card coming from someone that you know, you open that first. So greeting cards are a very powerful medium to communicate with people, and especially if your message is one that edifies them in who they are and their relationship with you. So what I used to do is I used to come in on a Saturday morning, and I was single, so I didn't have anything else to do on a weekend except building my law firm. And I would sit down and I would go through the A's and the B's and the C's. And I would write greeting cards by hand to each one of my clients. The next Saturday I'd come in and I'd go through the D's, the E's, and the F's. And I went through the entire alphabet like that until I'd sent a personal greeting card handwritten to every one of my clients. And it was not easy. It took a lot of work. But it was worth it, because not only did it strengthen relationships with clients, but it actually generated additional business for me. And Trevor and Che talk about doubling your income. one of the things that doubled and tripled my income was the level of attention I gave to my clients. Not just when I was handling their case, but just generally. So let me give you an example of how that plays out in reality. So I sat there every Saturday sending out greeting cards and thinking about heart-centered, heartfelt messages that I could put in those cards to acknowledge my clients. And one of those cards was sent around Christmas time one year to a client that I had handled a workers' compensation case for. If you know anything about workers' compensation, that's when you get hurt on the job and they compensate you for your injury in some fashion. You're out of work for a period of time, et cetera, et cetera. And then when you get back to work, you know, you usually get some kind of compensation if you've been permanently disabled in some fashion. I used to handle that kind of work early in my legal career. Now, one year I sent a greeting card to a client who called me when he got the card, and he left a voicemail for me. And the voicemail went something like this. He said, "Mr. Garnes, this is Quentin. I got your greeting card, and I just wanted to let you know it was the only thing I got for Christmas this year." And I was thinking to myself as I listened to that message, wow, that is awful. But then I realized that he was excited that I sent him the greeting card. He felt good about the fact that he had got it. He wasn't complaining about this is the only thing I got. He was saying, thank you. This is the only thing I got for Christmas this year, and it made a difference to me. Well, I thought that that was going to be the end of it, and then the next thing I know, after the holiday, after the first of the year, Quentin and two business agents from his union came into my office to meet with me. And as it turned out, Quentin, when he went back to work after the holiday, showed the greeting card to the two business agents, and they wanted to meet me because if you know anything about unions, the business agents are responsible for helping the members with, you know, day-to-day things like finding an attorney when they're injured on the job and getting help with little things like that. That's part of their role as BAs, business agents with the union. And what happened was that those union officials came in and they wanted to meet me because they wanted to find out who it was that was taking that level of interest in the clients, because they usually are dealing with complaints about the attorneys not taking enough interest in the clients. And they wanted to meet me because they felt I could make their job easier by making referrals to me, because they know that when they made a referral to me, I was going to take care of those clients. And it all started with a greeting card. Now think about that. They came into my office because I sent a greeting card to one of my clients. And from that day forward, I got an average of 3 to 5 referrals a month from that union. And I used to make an average of $3,000 to $5,000 per case for a workers' compensation case. Now you do the math on that. 3 to 5 per month, $3,000 to $5,000 per case, one greeting card. That's what you call a good return on investment. Now, of course, it took a little bit of my time. But you know what? I actually enjoyed it because I know the impact that it had on people when they received those cards. They would talk to me about the cards. They would mention them when we called and talked on the phone. They would mention them when they came into the office to see me. Sometimes they'd mention them to my secretary or to my paralegal, so I know I was getting the feedback consistently about how people were enjoying the business card or the greeting cards. Another little story about that, and then I'm going to show you how we do this today. And that's the tool that I want to introduce you to today. But here's the other story. I used to also be very, very big in the Spanish-speaking community. I speak Spanish and Portuguese, and at the time, 90% of my clients were Spanish-speaking because that's what the labor force was in little downtown Tacoma Park, Maryland, Langley Park, Maryland. And so a large number of my clients were Spanish-speaking. And I had a client, I won't mention his last name, but his first name was George. Actually, there were two of these people who had the same kind of story. But George was a Hispanic gentleman who was considered to be a leader in the Spanish-speaking community. They used to call him El Patron, which meant the boss. And in the Spanish-speaking community, they're very big about acknowledging their elders and the people, the people who are prominent in the community. They looked up to some of these folks that were part of my circle of influence, and so they would go to someone like George to find out who should we go to when we have this issue or need help with this or that or the other thing. Well, George was a very, very big guy. He was huge. And in fact, now I think about it, I had another guy that was relatively small. His name was Jose. I'll just mention his last initial, Jose Z. He was from Guatemala. And he played the same role in this community that George did, but they both had a similar story. But George came into my office one day, and he had a tendency to come in unannounced. He would just show up for the sake of showing up and stopping in to say hello. If he was in the neighborhood, even if he was, he'd make a special trip just to come over and say hello to me. So my secretary, I'm sorry, it was the receptionist, Griselda, she phoned me from the reception desk and said that Mr. S is here. And, you know, I said, well, does he have an appointment? And he said, no. I was thinking to myself, he never has an appointment, so why does that matter? But I told him to have a seat, and I told him to have a seat, get him some coffee, I told him I'll be right with him. And when I finished what I was doing, I went out to the lobby. When I went out to the lobby, George comes up to me, he gives me this big bear hug, and then he looks over at the couch, and sitting next to him on the couch, there was a guy with a neck brace, a guy on crutches, and a guy that had a back injury. And they were all sitting in the chairs on the couch in the lobby of my law firm. And George reaches into his back pocket and pulls out this crinkled up greeting card that I had sent him months ago. And he held the greeting card up. And he said, you see this greeting card? He said, I was saying all this in Spanish, by the way. You see this greeting card? That's the attorney that sent me the greeting card. That's your new attorney. And every one of them signed up and became my client that day. This is the impact that greeting cards can have on people if you'll take the time to acknowledge them, share appreciation, and of course, to express gratitude towards them. Simple, simple stuff. Now, think about this for a minute. One of those people that was sitting on the couch, the guy who was on the crutches, as I understand it, was actually someone that they met on the bus getting over to my office. Apparently, George walked up the aisle, saw this guy with crutches, and he asked him, how'd you do that? He said, well, I fell off a ladder at work. He said, you have an attorney? He said, no. He said, come with us. You have an attorney now. So this guy, he didn't even know him. He just stopped and told him to come with him. And sure enough, the guy came with him. The next thing I know, he's my client. But that all started with greeting cards. Now, I know that doesn't happen every day, but it happens frequently enough that it's worth your time to think about it. It's worth your time to think about adopting that as part of your system for showing appreciation to your clients. Now, I have a very favorite quote that I put in a lot of my greeting cards. In fact, it was one of the first quotes that I saw when I signed up to use this greeting card system that I'm going to show you today. It comes from a very, very famous poet who we recently lost, Maya Angelou. And she's one of my favorite poets. But one of my favorite quotes from Maya Angelou is this: people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. In fact, put that in the feed. Put that in right now, just take a minute, put that in the feed right now. People will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. You see, gratitude and appreciation and acknowledgement are three of the most powerful tools that you can have in your toolkit. And unfortunately, because of the pace at which we move these days, we don't always take the time to acknowledge people. And we don't do it in a way that really has an impact with them. I can tell you right now that if you sent a greeting card to someone right now with that quote in it, people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. If you were to text that to someone, it would not have the impact that it would if you put it in a greeting card and appreciated and acknowledged someone with that card. Texting it is better than nothing, but if you really want to have an impact, you want to look at what most people do and then do the direct opposite or do something more. You see, what most people don't understand is that success comes from doing the simple things consistently and then just a little bit more. Success comes from doing the simple things consistently and then just a little bit more. Another way to think about it is success means doing what's expected and then just a little bit more. Doing what's expected and just a little bit more. So I'm going to encourage you to take the time to do the little bit more because I know that it makes a difference. And that difference is what strengthens the relationship that you can have with your customers, with your clients, with your referral sources, with everyone that becomes part of your circle of influence. So please don't underestimate the importance of this as I take the time to show you how simple and easy it can be for you to make greeting cards a significant factor or significant tool in your marketing plan. So I'm going to run back to the control room here, and Che, I guess he was just monitoring for us. I'm going to just step off the stage. You can still hear me, of course. So as I walk back to the elusive, exclusive control room, we're going to be able to take you on the tour.
And as Glenn is doing that, system. I mean, welcome everyone. Here's what's really cool. This is real time, and Glenn Garnes is now going behind the scenes. And as I was listening to Glenn, I always learn something different about Glenn Garnes. I didn't know he spoke 2 languages. I'm glad that I wasn't whispering about him to someone else because I just didn't know. But how cool is that? I mean, how cool is that? Not only that, the example that he used, being able to use cards as a way to connect with his clients and someone holding on to that. I mean, think about that person telling that to someone else, and then someone else, and then someone else. Now, Glenn's getting queued up. And as he does that, here's what I want you to do. Look above the feed right now, just right above the feed, see the feed, and click the share button. Just click the share button. And once you click the share button, here's what I want you to put. Glenn Garnes is speaking now. Just do this. Just do this right now. You can do this. Hit the share button. Now, don't click it yet. Hit the share button, and then put Glenn Garnes is speaking now, hashtag better than your best. Just put Glenn Garnes is speaking now, hashtag better than your best. He's going to show you how you can be better than where you are today, how you can have stronger relationship. So coming from an entirely different view over here, taking another lens that I'm looking through, I'm like, whoa, Glenn, how are you going to show me how to work with folks, be myself, not be salesy, but understand that they may let other people know what I do. And when Glenn said, some people have forgotten the type of practice, the expert that he was, I was like, whoa, blown away. So with that being said, I know he's getting all queued up back there now. He had to leave here. There's a police escort waiting for him. He had to jump in the car. They're driving, I'm just joking, down the road. He's going to jump out. Now, what would really be cool if he would just be on that big old thing that he carries around. It's like this big around from him. But you will get a chance to look inside his computer. And actually, Glenn's going to take you to his private, not office, but a spot that he works out of. A place that he doesn't call home, because home is with his wife, by the way. He didn't tell you that. He has a wife and 4 kids. 3 boys and a little girl. I think his girl's like 12 years old. Glenn, how old is your little one?
She's actually 9 going on 10.
Oh, she's 9 going on 10. So Glenn's just like many of you out there right now. He knows what it's like to be married, because he is married. So he knows what that's like. He knows what it's like to raise little ones. And I think his other sons are a little older than that now. So he knows to have, Trevor, we learned yesterday, what is it called? Tweens, and then there's teens, and then there's something else. So I guess your daughter at 9, Glenn, will be called a tween, which I just learned yesterday for the very first time. When my sons were growing up, they didn't call them tweens, they just call them little kids.
Exactly.
But all these names, thanks to social media. Okay, with that being said, Glenn, are you all queued up back there? Have they made sure they got you all set up where they could see you?
Che, I think I am ready for action.
Let's take it on back to Glenn. Let's take it on back to Glenn. Trevor's out there working the controls. Trevor, let's make this thing happen. Over to Glenn.
All right, so now all I have to do is remember what button click, because I want to bring us to this camera.
Glenn's talking.
Okay.
Hey.
The system that I want to show you is called Send Out Cards. And a lot of you may have heard about it. You may have gotten a greeting card from Send Out Cards before. I've actually been with this company for over 10 years now. And I can tell you right now, it's been a fabulous experience with them because their product really makes sense. One of the things I love about it is that it's simple and easy, and it's actually cheaper than what you can buy greeting cards for in the typical gift shop. So here's what I want to show you. I'm going to show you a few of the cards that I've created. The thing that's really nice about this is we're talking about real physical greeting cards that you create online, but that get sent through the US mail. So I want to show you a couple of things that I've done in creating greeting cards that have gone out over the years to people that I know. So this card, I hope you can see this well enough. This card is just very simple. It's got a picture of me on the front, and what I did was I actually had a photographer come in and take a picture of me holding a blank white poster board. And what happens is that blank white poster board, once I import the picture into the greeting card system, I actually can add my own text to it. And when I add my own text to it, that means I can customize it for every individual that I mock-up of one. But when I originally sent this out, I actually had a message on the inside of the card. What I wanted to show you here, though, is that I have the ability to import pictures and put those pictures anywhere I want on the inside of the card. Now, you can't do that with a card that you buy at the typical gift store. You can't add your own branding to the card. You can't add your own images to the card. But with send out cards, you have the ability to do all of that, which is what makes it special, it makes it personalized, it makes it impactful. Think about if you went to a networking event and you took somebody's picture and you sent them a greeting card with their picture on the front. Do you think they're going to throw that greeting card out ever? Of course not. So if you want to be frequently thought of, sending a greeting card with someone else's picture on the front is what makes them stop and think about you all the time. And I actually did that. I'll tell you one more quick story. It was a mortgage broker. I took a picture of her as she was standing at her table at a trade show, talking to someone who had come up to talk to her about a mortgage. And I sent her a greeting card where she was a candid shot, where she was leaning over the table talking to the person who had come up to her table. And 3 months later, I walked into her office and she still had that greeting card sitting on the desk in her reception area for people to see. So I'll tell you right now that greeting cards do have an impact on people. I'm going to show you another one here. This is one that I created with the Village Connector badging or branding on it. And you can see this one says Village Connector Community News, you're invited. And when I open this up, it's a 3-panel greeting card. See that? I can brand the front, 3 inside panels, and then the flap on the outside. So the bottom line is this is like a brochure. Imagine that, a brochure that you can have mailed out through the US mail. So what I did here is I typed a message, had some additional information in the middle panel, had a picture of me with a little bit about what I do, and then I had our company brand on here for them to remember and to be able to acknowledge and to relate to. Now, the way that the system works, and you're going to see this in a minute, any one of these panels could be text, it could be pictures and text like you see here, or it could be all pictures. So imagine if you were a real estate agent, as an example. You could actually have a picture of your client in their brand new home sitting in the front of their home saying, you know, welcome home or something like that. And then you could have pictures on the inside doing like a little virtual tour of their home. And you could take responsibility for sending out a greeting card to everyone in the neighborhood, introducing them to the new family. So that's a great way for you to introduce your neighbors or your client to their new neighbors. Maybe even tell a little bit about their story, with their permission, of course. But you could also send a virtual tour card like this to their family members and friends to do the change of address for them. Everyone that moves needs to do a change of address. You could make that part of your service as a real estate agent. That's how quickly you can have an impact on people with something as simple as a greeting card. Now, the reason that this is important, as I'm sharing these little strategies with you, is that anybody can sign you up to use this service. But I specialize in teaching you ways to use it in your business that are novel, unique, and impactful. And that's why it's important. Now, I want to show you one more. Let me see if I can find it here. Oh, here it is. This is what they call the big card. This is an 8.5 by 11-inch card. And this is the one I send to clients or people when I mess something up. And on the front it says, I goofed and I've got absolutely no excuse, which is exactly what you should say when you know you messed something up. Because that kind of takes all the steam out of someone being upset with you when you admit you were wrong. I goofed and I have absolutely no excuse. And I bought that dunce cap on eBay. I remember having bid on that. It's amazing I'd have to bid on a dunce cap, but I did. And then what I did was I put a picture of me on the inside. Again, these are all professionally taken. And it says, I can't believe I forgot our appointment. Now that could say anything. But here's the thing. When you take the time to send something like this when you've goofed, it's kind of hard for someone to be mad at you for very long. So the point is that this is how you mend fences. Remember, we're talking about strengthening the relationships with people. It's not just about strengthening by reaching out and appreciating. It's also being humble, expressing humility when things don't go well. So these greeting cards can be used for a variety of different purposes. Now what I'd like to do is to show you how we do that, because this is the really extraordinary part of Send Out Cards, how simple and easy it is to create these cards with less effort than it takes for you to drive down and stand in line at a gift store to buy them. So let me see if I can switch gears on you here and show you my computer. Let me see, where's the computer? All right, here we go. So I'm going to take you through the process of creating a card right now online as you're watching. So you start off by clicking on Create Card once you've logged into your account, and you'll see an interface that looks like this. And these are all cards that I've created over the years. And there's a lot of good ones. Let me see if I can open this one up. That's actually the happy birthday card. What I did there is I went to Safeway, to the local grocery store, and bought a blank white sheet cake that was decorated around the edges. And the reason I wanted it blank white was because once I put the picture into the system, I was then able to type the name of the person who I was sending the card to on the front of the cake. And this one says, Happy Birthday, Amy. Now that's a much better way for you to impact someone than just having a generic happy birthday card that you send. So in this instance, we're going to create a 2-panel card. And so when we get in here, we're going to see that there's 2 blank panels that I have to work with. Now on the left side here, I think I actually imported a photograph of me eating her birthday cake. Let's see if that comes up here after the pictures come up. If not, we're going to do that right now. So you have the ability to upload photographs.
By right now, Glenn, do you mean you're going to eat her birthday cake right now?
Well, not right now officially. I've already eaten the birthday cake, because you should have seen how much it took for me to eat that cake before it spoiled the day I bought it at Safeway. It was just me and the photographer that day, but it was pretty good. So here's the thing. I'm scrolling through my photographs here, and you can see there's the picture of me with the birthday cake, and now I've got a picture of me eating the birthday cake. So what I want to first do is I want to change this panel, and I want to change this to be a full picture panel. Full picture panel meaning that when I drag this over, it's going to take up the entire expanse of that area. So there you go. So you saw I just dragged and dropped that right onto the card. Now I could put a message on here, and I usually do put a message on here. It says something like, sorry, we got started without you. And that's a cute little way to do it. And then on this side, I'm just going to type, Happy Birthday, Amy. I hope you're enjoying your special day. I wish I could be there to celebrate in person, but for now, you'll have to satisfy yourself with this card. Warmest regards. Okay, so in very little, with very little time, very little effort, I've sent a heart-centered, heartfelt message to a dear friend, and I didn't have to leave the confines of my home or my office. Now notice that right now this message is in black ink. I can actually come down here and click and change the color of the ink to blue. And I also can change the font. One of the features of this service is that I actually have the ability to upload my own handwriting sample. So now you've seen I just converted this to my handwriting. And I can pick from a multiplicity of fonts. So you can get very creative on the front of the card, on the inside of the card. It's like a word processor built into the system. So that's actually my handwriting now. I also have the ability to insert a signature. So if it's someone I'm meeting for the first time, I might use my full name signature that you see down here, or just my first name in this instance. So there's my first name. Actually, I want to move that underneath there. So that's how quickly and easily I can sign the card. And I can increase the size of my signature. And it's that simple. I'm just dragging and dropping and typing text. Now, once I have finalized the inside of the card, I click on Continue, and I actually can check out and send that card with a few button clicks. Now, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that right now. Obviously, you've seen how the card gets created. It's not necessary for us to actually complete the purchasing process. But here's the point. When I click Checkout, the company is going to print, fold, stuff, address, and send that card for me through the US mail, and I'm done. I don't have to do anything else. That card's going to be delivered to Amy in time for her birthday, as long as I've sent it at least 5 to 7 days in advance, and I can know that Amy is going to have a wonderful experience when she gets that card from me. Now that's how simple and easy it can be to create the card. Now I want to, how do I want to get out of this now? It's not letting me out. I want to go back to the main menu, and it's actually prompting me to continue to finish that card. But anyway, you get the idea. Now if I wanted to create another card, okay, so we're gonna have to go in and check out apparently, because it's not letting me do what I wanted to do, which was to go to the next card, which is a good thing because you can't forget now. Oh, this is good. I'm glad I did it this way. So let's say I wanted to send this card to Ann O'Neill, and I'm going to select the recipient. It automatically populates that, and the only thing I need to do now is to click on Confirm and go to Payment, and I can send the card. And bingo, it's on its way. Now, if I want to cancel the order, now I can do that. That's, at least at that point, I have been able to get to the point of making sure I didn't miss sending out and completing the process. So anyway, so you can see that I have a rather substantial library of cards in here. I've sent cards on virtually every occasion for every purpose to everybody I know. And every time I send one out, it has an impact. It's a very, very powerful medium. It's very, very creative when you send a card that's personalized this way. Here, let me show you one of my favorite ones. This is one that I sent. I sent this to our basketball coach at the University of Pittsburgh, where I went undergraduate. I send Jamie Dixon a greeting card every single year, and have every year since he began coaching. And he writes back to me personally every single year when he gets this card. He has not missed 1 year where I sent him a greeting card that he didn't send me a personal note back. So again, that's the kind of impact that stuff has on people. Jamie Dixon is one of the top college coaches, one of the winningest coaches in the history of college basketball. And he takes the time to write to me personally when I send him a greeting card. Here's one I did where I took a picture of 2 people at a networking event, actually it's 3 people, and I was able to add these little these little thought bubbles and voice bubbles. But I sent all 3 of these ladies this card, and they cracked up for days, because there's something about seeing your face on the front of a greeting card that will make you stop and think and chuckle and be impacted. So if you're really serious about nurturing relationships, strengthening the relationships with your clients, I would recommend that you consider sending them a greeting card when they make a purchase from you. You're already getting their name, their address, and their contact information. That's all going to be in your Office Pro system. So the next step is to use that information to have an impact on them. You can brand your company with these cards, as we saw earlier. You can remind them of who you are by sending them a card with your picture in it. That's great for real estate agents and insurance agents and other business professionals. But the point is, more important than anything, you can have an impact on people in a way that you simply can't do with an email message or a text message. You see, all these communications tools have a role to play. And understanding which tool is best for which task is one of the most important decisions that you'll make. And that's one of the reasons why it's so important to be in a position to get instruction on how to best deploy these tools to your advantage for the benefit of your customers. Deploying these tools to your advantage for the benefit of your customers. You see, there's nothing wrong with you having something that's to your advantage as long as that's benefiting somebody else. You never want to profit at someone else's expense. You want to pray with them, not prey on them. And so with that in mind, Send Out Cards is a great way for you to pray with people instead of preying on them. A great way for you to have an advantage that's to the benefit of your customers. Now, the last time I went down to a gift store, which was a long, long time ago, since I have absolutely no need to do that anymore, the average card that was worth having was approximately $4 a piece. And it didn't have my pictures in it. It didn't have my handwriting font. I couldn't change the colors or customize the quote. I had to live with what somebody else thought was important to put in that card. Send Out Cards is actually cheaper than what you can buy a card at a gift store. The big card that I showed you, let me go back to this real quick for just a minute. This card here is approximately $5.35 plus $1.44 in postage. It's 8.5 by 11 inch. I mean, it's huge. And postage is going to be the same whether it's a gift store card or whether it's a card that you buy from Send Out Cards. So the postage is always the same. That's a constant. Okay. This 3-panel card that I showed you, let me see which one. Here it is. And by the way, it comes in an envelope that has a handwriting font on it. Look at that. It's not machine. It doesn't have that machined look. It looks like a handwriting font, which personalizes it even further. This card, 3 panels, 5 panels of branding for you, but 3-panel card. This card is $1.24 plus postage, customized with your photographs, with everything that you want someone to know about how you feel about the relationship with them. That's incredible. $1.24. I send out a 3-panel card most of the time. The 2-panel card, just this one here, just on the inside and the front, 62 cents. Actually, 93 cents if you add a photograph to it. So it's less than $1 to send this out to somebody. One of the things I didn't tell you about the system is that there are over 5,000 cards online that are in the library that comes with the Send Out Card system. So if you don't want to take the time to create your own personalized card, you can just go to a category online for whatever, just like you walked into a gift store and find a card online that's already been created. And if you don't upload photographs in it, then it's about 62 cents for this one, 62 cents for this one, 93 cents for the 3-panel card. Now, I consider it actually to be a waste of the system to use the greeting cards that are in the system, because the whole purpose for me is to personalize them, to brand them with my pictures, with my graphics, with my messages, so that I have a very high level of contact with my client. Now, ultimately, it doesn't matter how you do it as long as you do it. So I want to encourage you to consider adding this tool to your lineup of tools in your toolkit. Now, I actually happen to be a reseller of this program, and I became a reseller of the program because I believe in it. And the reason I believe in it is because it works. It's a system. And a system saves me time, energy, and money, just like it will save you time, energy, and money. So if you're interested in signing up for the Send Out Cards system, I'm going to ask you to go to tipsonsuccess.com, tipsonsuccess.com, and fill in the form on the right-hand side. And when you do that, I'm going to get a message, and I'm going to call you to walk you through the process of signing up for the service. The service is only $31 a month to get your cards at the price point that I told you about. $31 a month gets you 100 points in your account. Cards are based on point values. So a postcard is 1 point, a 2-panel greeting card is 2 points, a 3-panel greeting card is 3 points, and if you use the photo upload feature, you can upload as many as you want, but if you use the feature, you add 1 extra point, it would be an extra point on each one of those. But here's the point. The average card is going to cost you 4 points, which is $1.24 each. And 100 points a month is enough for you to send out a card almost every day for an entire month. If you don't use all of your points in a month, it's not like cell phone minutes where you use it or lose it. They actually roll over for an entire year. So when you buy points, you have the ability to use them over the course of an entire year. I know some people that have actually saved them up for Christmas to know that all of their greeting cards were paid for, and then with a few button clicks, they were able to send out greeting cards to all of their friends and family members. Because the system also has a campaign feature where you create 1 card and you can send it to hundreds, if not thousands of people with a few button clicks. So when I tell you that this is inexpensive, that it also is easy to use, that it also is something that will create an impact that people will remember, I think you understand why this should be part of your marketing toolkit. If your toolkit is complete, it will include the Send Out Cards greeting card system. So with that in mind, I am pretty much done. Let me see if anyone has any questions in the feed, any comments in the feed. And again, if you fill out the form over at tipsonsuccess.com, I will be available for the rest of the day to answer your questions and to help you get enrolled to take advantage of this program. I really believe in my heart of hearts that this is something that will make a big difference in your business if you use it the right way. And I'm here to teach you how to use it the right way. In fact, for those of you that took advantage of the bonus offer yesterday where we had the Office Pro system for $50 a month, and as a result of that, you automatically got the Bold New Economy included in that, you're also going to get instruction in that Bold New Economy program on how to get the most out of Send Out Cards, because that's one of the tools that we teach on in that learning center. So you have an opportunity right now to do something that will really have an impact on advancing you in your business. I gave you an opportunity on Monday to become part of the Bold New Economy program. On Tuesday, I gave you an opportunity to get a 2-for-1 deal on the Bold New Economy program and the Office Pro system, which was your customer relationship management system. It's where it's kind of the control center, if you will, for your information, your contact manager, email marketing, video marketing, all those things we talked about. And now I'm showing you how to really step up your game in distinguishing yourself in the eyes of your customers, your referral sources, your relationships, the people in your circle of influence, by sending them heartfelt greeting cards that are branded and customized in ways that they're not likely to see when someone chooses simply to go to a gift shop to buy a greeting card. So I'm just about done here. I want to thank you for taking the time to get this information. I certainly hope that some of you will take advantage of this and put one or more of these systems to work for you. So,
hey, Glenn,
Jay, I'm going to come back to you if you don't mind. Or go ahead, Trevor.
If you don't mind, Glenn, I know we've talked about all types of systems over the last 3 days. I know we've talked about how to market and how to sell, and I think one of the most overlooked and unappreciated functions of our business is the follow-up function. And I think that it's one of our biggest revenue generators when you're following up in a meaningful manner with your clients. And for many of the people out there right now, this is not the first time that they've heard about send out cards. But Glenn, if you might share with us, what about those people who know they should do this, have been meaning to do this, but just didn't get it done?
Well, I don't know what to say to people who know they should do something and are not getting it done. I will tell you this, that you need to stop that. I mean, here's the thing. We already talked about this. To know and not to do is not to know. You see, when you know that something should be done, but you consciously make the decision not to do it, and then you wonder why you're not achieving more, you just answered your own question by your action. So the bottom line is that you need to be in action with this knowledge. It's not enough to know to do it. You have to be a doer, not just a possessor of knowledge. So that's my perspective on it. I have found that tools work best when you use the tools. Otherwise, it's just another toy sitting on your shelf.
Okay. So Glenn, another question. Let's just suppose that I'm a new business and I don't have any clients. What are some creative ways that I might use this system to actually generate more revenue?
That's a great question. I love that question. I didn't know you were going to ask that, but I'm glad you did. But here's the bottom line. If you understand the power of relationships, all you would have to do would be to go out to a business event, a business networking event of some type, and when you got back home from gathering business cards from people that you'd want to follow up with, if you just sent them a greeting card, just acknowledging and thanking them for taking the time to speak with you at that event, and inviting them to maybe go out to lunch to get to know each other better, I promise you that you will have distinguished yourself from everybody they're going to meet that night. There may be less than 0.5% of the people in the room who are going to follow up with anything other than an email, if they follow up with anything at all. So if you take the time to send a greeting, think about this. Think about how many emails you get during the course of the day. And then take the time to think about when was the last time you got a greeting card for somebody.
Yeah, Glenn, are greeting cards the only thing that I can send out from send out cards?
Actually, there's a lot more you can do. You can do a postcard, you can do a greeting card, but you also have the ability to send gifts. Now, depending on the context in which you're using the system, I actually recommend that you consider buying your gifts when you do decide to gift something to someone. I recommend that you consider buying your gifts from people who are in a position to refer business to you. But in a pinch, you can actually have the company mail along with your greeting card a box of brownies, chocolates, books. They have an entire...
Books? Did you say books?
Books as well, personal development books. They have an entire... Just like this is...
Glenn, you can send books?
You can send books. This is like
okay,
an entire...
I'm going to put my address in the feed. Everybody send Trevor brownies and books, preferably at the same time.
Did you say brownies and books?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Brownies and books. So, Glenn, let me just ask you the question. We're here in the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group. There's no other group like it on the planet. And many of us, we're meeting people and we're networking with people that we've never met. And we've been connecting with them here in the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group. There's no other group like it in the world. And we're meeting with people that we have relationships with that we've never seen. Is it possible, Glenn, is it possible that we could use this as a way to reinforce the strength of our relationship by potentially sending somebody who we met in the private, the elusive, exclusive Facebook group? There's no other group like it in the world. Is it possible that we could send a card or maybe a brownie or a personal development book to somebody in the group to strengthen the relationship?
Trevor, I think it's not only possible, I think it's likely. Because again, it's all about showing gratitude. It's all about doing something special for someone and having them have a good experience with you. I mean, everything that we do in business, and I would venture to say that everything that we do in life is about the experience with the other person.
Okay.
If we're looking to have an impact on people, we've got to have them enjoy the experience that they have with us. And again, we're talking about recognizing and acknowledging people in a way that is memorable for them in a positive way.
You know what I mean?
If you want to be remembered, then you have to do something that causes people to remember you. And sending out a greeting card, as I said, like this, your picture, something tongue-in-cheek on the front, your own message on the inside, it's something that they'll talk about to other people. Remember what I told you about these folks that I sent them to for my clients. You know, if a big old husky construction worker is impacted by receiving a greeting card from his lawyer, then you know the people in your circle of influence will be similarly impacted.
So, Glenn, basically we've learned that you can send out cards, thank you cards, I'm sorry cards, appreciation cards, like to get to know you cards. We can send out brownies, we can send out personal development books. It's really a powerful tool. And sometimes in business, we got to get back to the fundamentals. And one of the fundamentals of doing good business is your follow-up. Fundamental follow-up. And many of us out there today, we're not following up. We know that we're not. What we're doing is we're going right from one relationship to the next relationship. We're going right from one business to the next business. We're going from one networking event to the next networking event. And we're forgetting the magic words. Thank you. I appreciate you. Business is all about relationships. What do you think, Glenn?
That's the key, Trevor, is that people want to know that they weren't just another person you collected a business card from. And so when you take the time out to acknowledge them through a greeting card, you've let them know that the discussion you had with them and the relationship you want to build with them is important to you. You see, there's a lot of subliminal messages in how we choose to communicate with people. You know when you've gotten an email from someone and it's just the obligatory nice to meet you email and they are just doing that because that's their normal process. You also know when somebody feels a special bond with you because of the extra effort they took out to acknowledge you in a special way. And those are the relationships that grow the fastest. If you want to accelerate the pace at which you can make a friend before you make a sale, then find a way to acknowledge people in a way that they remember and feel good about.
Wow, wow, wow. So truly, truly a powerful...
We lost your mic.
Truly, 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 wow, just a powerful training. And it's those small things. It's just, for many of us, it's the small things that we're not doing in our business that are creating major pain points. It's the small things that we're not doing that are creating major pain points. And one of the small things that we're not doing is we're not following up. And so today, make sure that you follow up with somebody. Tell somebody you appreciate them. Tell somebody you value them. Tell somebody thank you. Because we didn't get to where we are right now by ourselves. Somebody helped us along the way. And as a matter of fact, Glenn, why don't we take this moment to show a moment of gratitude? If you're out there right now and you had a mentor or somebody who sold into your life or sold into your business, and you appreciate them because they did something for you, go ahead, post their name into the group and just say, @ whatever the person's name is, I appreciate you, or I value you for what you did for my business. Let's take a little bit of moment to show a little gratitude. Let's take a little bit of moment to show a little gratitude. Mic check, mic check.
What are you asking them to do?
So what I want them to do is go ahead in the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group. Go ahead and post. Just acknowledge a person that you appreciate. So let me use as an example. I appreciate Glenn Garnes for hosting this week's Lunch and Learn. So I'm going to put @ Glenn, I'm going to post it right in the group. Glenn Garnes. We appreciate, let's see, you and the Abundant Society family for the work that you are doing with small business owners around the world. And I'll just go ahead and post that right now. So in other words, what we're really saying, Glenn, is that nobody gets to where they are on their own. And there are always people who are sowing into our lives and sowing into our business and sowing into us professionally, helping us along the way. And this is just a moment where we just say, hey, we appreciate you. If there's somebody you just want to appreciate right now, go ahead, post their name in the group, you know, @ and whatever their name is. And just, hey, we just want to take the moment. We want to highlight them. And I just highlighted Glenn Garnes, and I see Sheila Ashley is out there. And hey, Sheila says she thanks Shay Brown. She thanks Shay Brown for the wonderful webinars.
Well, thank you so much. It's certainly a pleasure. And you know, they're probably wondering, Trevor, who's been a mentor to you? I mean, you know, where's your man? Is it Glenn sharing some ideas? I mean, when you think about all the folks that are out there, Trevor, and the books that you read, and I know you talk about a gentleman a lot about the big why. Why has that been just important to you? I'm just curious. I know we're about to come back on. They're going to see us in just a second, but you know, Trevor, take a moment if you can. Just talk a little bit about the big why. Why is it important for folks to kind of understand their purpose and so forth, that they do what they do?
Robin St. Clair says she appreciates Beverly Saunders Biddle and Lucinda Cross for the value that they've added to her life. And big shout out to Lorna Sherlin and Charlene Day and many other people out there. But at this moment, we just want to just highlight some of the people who have benefited you. So if you're out there right now and there's somebody you want to highlight, you just want to thank them, just go ahead and post their name into the group. Who knows? They might be watching. Who knows? That we might say their name and they may be watching and hear it. And so if there's anybody, this is their appreciation moment. If there's anybody that you want to publicly acknowledge for sowing into your life, or somebody that you want to publicly acknowledge for adding value to your business, go ahead and post it right now in the private, into the elusive, into the exclusive Facebook group. Go ahead and post it right now. Let's see. Hashtag Stormy Wellington. I appreciate you for the passion and commitment helping the team and going above and beyond. And that's from Pamela Destined for Greatness Davis. So she is shouting out Stormy Wellington. Stormy Wellington. So Stormy, if you're out there, Pamela wants you to know, Pamela Destined for Greatness Davis wants you to know that she truly appreciates you. Okay? Mercedes Beto Hawkins, she said, Trevor, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Mercedes, we appreciate you as well. And Glenn, is there anybody you want to particularly shout out that has sown into the Village Connector family or added value to the Abundant Society group?
Well, I may get in trouble by singling one out, because the truth is, like you and Che, there are so many people that contribute to the success of what we're doing here that it's virtually impossible to acknowledge all the people who deserve the recognition. But I want to give a special acknowledgement to someone who has been working her tail off, and her husband, who has been working his tail off, to make it possible for us to launch a new program that we started here at Village Connector. Colette and Wes DeRoche, who have been instrumental in helping us to take control of our social media management and helping us to get our message out there through social media and helping us to build Village Connector to a community of people inspiring each other. They have been tirelessly assisting us to grow our presence on the internet and to maintain contact and increase frequency of contact and deliver value to people on the internet. So I want to thank Colette and Wes for their contribution to making Village Connector something we can all be proud of.
So big shout out to Colette and her husband, and there's also Brent Harding out there, and she wants to thank Beverly Cummings and Donald Bradley for being an awesome mom, and Donald Bradley for being in her corner, and Joseph Warren, who's no longer with us, who did some immeasurable things for her when she was a youth, and also Carol. So she's shouting out to some of the people who helped sow into her life, and so many of you out there. And you know, it's always good to just stop and you know, acknowledge some of the things that we are appreciative of. And by the way, coming up, we do have Shay Brown. He's getting ready. He's in the queue. He's getting started. But Ina Renee, we thank you. Thank you for showing up. And Andrea Swift, we thank you. And Joan Cornerwoman Wilson, she posted an image. Thank you, Joan. We appreciate you as well. And then you have Robin St. Clair. She says she appreciates Sister Shy Hankins. She appreciates all that she does in raising the awareness of holistic health and living. Thank you for sowing seeds into me and my business. And she says, love your girl. You see that, Glenn? Love your girl. And then there's LaToya Cooper, and he's acknowledging Shay and myself and Glenn and the perpetual value that we add, and Mercedes acknowledging this as well. And so if you got anybody you want to shout out before we move into the next segment, the segment is all about, this particular segment is about being able to acknowledge that there are people who have added value to your network, to your business, to your organization. And if you want to acknowledge them, go ahead and post it into the group, and who knows, they might be watching. You might want to just tag them and @ Beverly Cummings, or Donald Bradley, or maybe a Joseph Warren. If you got somebody that you want to acknowledge, go ahead and do it.
You say Joseph Warren?
Mm-hmm.
So he said, "Oh wow, okay." Well, I tell you what, Trevor. They're coming over, I know, to the virtual networking live.com. They're coming over right now. Trevor, it's been a while. I mean, I think this whole time we haven't done something that you kind of created. I believe you're the creator of this. Glenn, I don't want to give him too much credit for this, by the way. I really don't. But we've got to give credit where credit is due. And for those that are not in the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group, click here. Just click on the link right now, and that's going to bring you in. You're going to join us. Others, you've got to knock. How do you knock? Well, you go over to virtualnetworkinglive.com. Again, virtualnetworkinglive.com. Now, once you do that, reward those who are inside the Virtual Networking Live private group right now, and allow them to expand their business and do what Glenn has talked about. Build stronger relationships. What do you suggest that we do, Trevor?
Well, one, we have a lot of business owners out there right now. We do. And it's my sensing that somebody needs a little bit of acknowledgement. It's been a little tough for them, but they need some business. They need a chance to kind of highlight their business. They need some support. And they need to send out cards, and they need the things that Glenn talked about. But let's highlight somebody's business. Okay. The first person that sends Shay a text.
Oh, they got to text me.
You got to send Shay a text, and you have to just say, call me. He's going to call you live right now and give you an opportunity to highlight your business to thousands of people. You're going to get 2 minutes to highlight your business. I mean, right now, real time and live. Now, here's what you do. You got to text Shay Brown.
Put your name so when I dial, I know exactly who I am calling. Okay.
And Glenn, while we're doing that, let me give you the instructions one more time. You want to text Shay Brown at 202-270-1662. Just text the word call me, and we're going to highlight your business right now, real time, live. Maybe you're a speaker who needs more speaking engagement. Maybe you're a coach who wants more clients. Maybe you're network marketing and you have an opportunity. Maybe you're just in business and you need more clients. This is your time. Text Shay Brown at 202.
See who
Jamie
is.
Cooper, she's out there. She says, thanks, Glenn Garns. You rock. She says you're hashtag awesome.
I'm putting the microphone here so you guys can hear, because I'm not sure you can hear. What are you trying to do?
I just put the mic right on up there, Glenn. Shay.
Okay. I am calling.
message, and then I'll answer the question.
Sorry, that mailbox is full.
Well,
Thank you for calling. Goodbye.
Program director.
I just tried to call a number. It was full. And so let me now go to the next number if I can. Let me go to the next number. Give me a second here. I'm going to.
It's just a chance to just highlight
let me go to the next
your
number.
business. Just you want to highlight your business. We want to just put you on spotlight before we go into our next presentation. If you want your business highlighted, just text Shay Brown at 202-270-1662. 202-270-1662.
Okay, so now I'm gonna hit this button. The next person to call me, I'm gonna dial. Let me see here. Let me try it again. Let me try it. Got 3, 4 people. I'm just hitting the button, by the way. You guys are texting me. You can probably hear my phone buzzing while I'm right here.
And here's a little extra bonus lesson. When someone's calling to highlight your business, answer the phone.
If I could hear my name and number.
Well, it's a great day, Brent Harding. How are you?
I am gloriously wonderful and absolutely marvelous. How are you? And it's fantastic to hear your voice and to also be a part of today's program.
Well, you were the first one that texted me. I called, and it was ringing and ringing, and I forgot that sometimes there's a 30-second or a minute delay, and so I decided to at least hit the button one more time. So for those that are watching, we're doing something very special that we've never done before. It's been a long, long time. We're taking a minute to let you highlight your business. So please tell us your name, tell us what you do, and tell us a little bit about your business if you can, for everyone that is listening live and for those that will be watching the recording.
It can be done anywhere. I have business partners in Trinidad, as well as the United States in St. Lucia, St. Thomas. And what we're doing is just taking advantage of an industry that's willing to pay us to come aboard and to either be travel professionals or to actually help people open up their own businesses. Do I sound excited? Because if I don't,
you sound really excited. I'm excited as well. I mean, I can't wait till today's presentation, but if you can, for those that are listening, take a moment to share what's one of the reasons why you decided to join in on today's Lunch and Learn series. Please share for those that are listening.
My dearest partners and friends, Debbie Williams is also watching. I told her, whatever you're doing, stop what you're doing. You got to see her today. This has been awesome, and I really am enjoying the experience.
Well, thank you so much. We certainly appreciate that, and I can share with you that today will be the first time in the history of our organization that we've ever released this presentation publicly. Rejection Proof. Now, Trevor took a lot of time and we put it together. We had some discussions back and forth, and he said, you know, he has this giver's economy, this thing that he wants to give as much as he can. So today, just like Glenn did, we'll be sharing the secrets of handling objections. So you're going to be in for a real treat. So thanks a lot for joining. As you go, if you would, just share a word of encouragement for someone that's out there right now that's listening. Now, we're going to share some techniques and some ideas, but you talked about, did you help other folks? Did you encourage them? You inspire them? You motivate them? I'm not going to put you on the spot, but for 30 seconds, just tell us what it means to be successful and what we need to do. Your show, go, 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 and thank you so much for joining. You rock.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much. What success means to me and for me, and I hope I can express that to you, is getting your life back. When you are at a point in your life and you have had some situations in ourselves, whether it's financially, spiritually, emotionally, that's when you've reached that zenith, it's where you've made the determination that success is. And that's my view of success.
Well, thank you so much. We appreciate it, Brent. Continue to do what you're doing. Tell us once again, where are you calling from?
I am calling from Beantown, Boston, Massachusetts. It rocks!
Shout out. I didn't actually do a shout out, but that's a shout out I've ever heard one. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to delivering value to you, to really changing not only your lives, but those folks that are out there. So thank you again for sharing this with someone else. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. We'll talk to you soon.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay,
bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wow, Trevor, that was a great idea. That was a great idea to reach out to someone, and all of you who are watching now.
Yeah, she said she was with Paycation, correct?
Paycation. She's with Paycation right now.
She helps people travel. We want to make sure to give it a proper shout out. So make sure you post your information about how people can connect with you who might be traveling. It is summer. Some people might be getting ready to travel right now. Maybe they can book their plane through you. Maybe they can book their hotel through you. Maybe they can book their whole trip or cruise through you. Go on out there and do business today with people who do business with you. Go on out there today and do business with people who do business with you.
Well, absolutely. So, Trevor, I know we're about ready to get started, but I know you were talking about maybe doing something that allows folks that are out there to participate, to interact. We spotlighted one person, but there's so many of you out there that we would love to spotlight your business as well. And we would love to share it with you as well. And how can we do that, Trevor? How can we do that? How, if someone else out there, if I go through this, Trevor, I've got at least 40, maybe 50 text messages. It was buzzing while I was on here. Is it possible that we could do like a social media flash mob, Trevor? What are your thoughts? What are your suggestions?
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and give you the rules right now for the social media flash mob.
Okay, so for those that are listening, if you're not at your computer, if you're just hearing our voice, get over to your computer right now. I'm going to tell you, what Trevor's going to talk to you about is going to really, I mean, you're going to be like, whoa, I didn't know this was going to happen. If you haven't made it over to Virtual Networking Live because you were listening in, you had the text, you dialed in, but you like, hey, what's going on? Well, right now, go to virtualnetworkinglive.com or click the link below to join in right now. Trevor, share what we're going to do and why it's so important.
Okay, so here's what we want you to do. Everybody, right now, this is the time where we want to add to your business, add to your network, add to your bottom line, increase your revenue, and increase your productivity. And how do we do that? We do that inside of the private, inside of the elusive, inside of the exclusive Facebook group. There's no other group like it on the planet. But it's not our time, it's your time. So here's what we want you to do. Going into the private, the elusive, the exclusive Facebook group, you can get there by going to virtualnetworkinglive.com. That's virtualnetworkinglive.com. And when you get there, post your first name, post your last name, tell us where you're from, and then post the link to your Facebook fan page or business page. Post a link to your Facebook fan page or business page. Now, go ahead and do that right now. Everybody, go ahead and post your first name, last name. Tell us where you're from, and post a link to your Facebook fan page or business page. Now, let me just give you a little secret before we get started. Once you post the information, when you post the link to your Facebook fan page, when you post the link to your Facebook business page, be careful. After you put your link in, be sure you hit the space bar immediately afterwards. Hit the what? Space bar immediately after, and then hit the post button. That way, Facebook will pull in your image from your Facebook fan page. It'll look really nice and professional. So you type in, let's say, Trevor Otts from what? National Harbor, Maryland. And then I would post facebook.com/Trevor Otts. And then I would hit the what? Space bar. So I would hit the space bar, and then after I hit the space bar, I would hit post, okay? So go ahead and do that right now. This is a time when we just want to add to your network. We want to increase your following. So go ahead and do it. We're going to, everybody, 35 seconds. You think that's too short, Sam? We'll give everybody.
Give them 60 seconds, Trevor. 60 seconds.
Okay, we'll give them 60 seconds to post.
So we're doing social media. What is it called? Flash mob.
Right,
is that right, Trevor?
Yeah, social media flash mob.
Social media flash mob. I've been practicing, Trevor. I've been practicing that now. You know, Trevor's working the controls back there, and he's making sure everything is working. And when he gets back, I'm gonna have my 1-2 step, ready to go. Social media flash mob. Social media flash mob. Social media what? Flash mob. Oh, we're gonna have so much fun today. Today's gonna be a lot of fun. Okay, so they're out there posting it right now, right?
So what we want you to do is post your first name, post your last name. Tell us where you're from, and then post a link to your Facebook fan page or business page. Now remember to hit the space bar afterwards. Now, just do this now. The first thing you're doing is you're just posting your Facebook fan page or business page. Go ahead and do that right now. But it's time for the social media flash mob. And Amber Hawkins, she followed the instruction. Where is she from? Toledo, Ohio. Now, after you post your Facebook fan page or business page, listen to the next instruction. Your goal is to go out and like as many pages as you can for the next 2 minutes. What are you going to do? Like as many pages as you can for the next 2 minutes. What are you going to do? Like as many pages as you can for the next 2 minutes.
Oh my goodness, next 2 minutes.
And then just hit the comment button. And Glenn, while they're doing that, if you could just give us a recap for those people who needed more information about send out cards, okay?
Right.
So while that's going on, so once again, Post your first name, your last name. Tell us where you're from. And then post a link to your Facebook fan page or business page. Now, after you do that, go out and like somebody else's page and let them know you like their page. All we're doing is trying to help you build your network, build your influence, increase your revenue. And it's going to be flat out amazing. And I see that there's some people who are already following the instructions.
And as they go full screen, I'm going to grab my computer. I'm going to bring up, you don't believe, I got to charge my phone up for just a second. So he brings his screen full size, and you talk to him about what Trevor just mentioned. I'm going to go make sure I plug my phone in right now.
Are you telling me that iPhone doesn't have a battery that can last a couple hours?
Well, it doesn't have a battery you can pull out. And that's one of the things that I admire that Trevor can do and you guys can do. You can pull your battery out and do that. But go ahead and answer what Trevor was mentioning just a second ago.
All right, so let me see if I can recap for you, send out cards. And I posted in the private, elusive, exclusive Facebook group my telephone number, where if you have questions where it lends itself to a question and answer back and forth, you can feel free to give me a call at 800-306-6488 extension 1. That's 800-306, I'm losing my voice here, 306-6488 extension 1. But Send Out Cards is an online greeting card sender that allows you to send real physical greeting cards through the U.S. mail from your computer. You have the ability to create them using your own pictures, your own branding, your own messages. Any way you want to, you can customize them to your needs, which means that you have the ability to send unique messages to people that have an impact on them. The beauty of the system is that you have the ability to send those cards for less than you can buy a card worth having at a gift shop. In other words, you actually pay less to give more. And the whole purpose behind this program, as it relates to your system of relationship marketing, is to do something that distinguishes you, allows you to express gratitude, appreciation, and acknowledgement in a proper way, but more importantly, in a way that is memorable in a positive fashion for the people that receive the communication from you. It can be used to maintain contact with referral sources, with clients, with people that you've just met at networking events. You can do all kinds of things with a few button clicks. And so the idea is the simpler things are for you to do, and the more they have an impact on who you are and what you're trying to accomplish, the more you should be paying attention on how to get them done. Because I could almost understand if every time you wanted to send a greeting card, you had to get in the car, drive down to a gift shop, walk through the aisles, find an appropriate card, then spend $3.40 a gallon to have gotten there and back in the first place, and then get in line and have to wait behind everyone else to pay for the card. I could almost understand that.
Ooh, I can understand
but I
that.
used to do that. I used to do that back when I was doing the greeting cards for my clients. But today, there's absolutely no excuse, no barrier to admission. All you've got to do is to turn on your computer, log into your account, select the template, upload your photographs, and with a few button clicks, you can have a card being printed, folded, stuffed, addressed, stamped, and sent for you directly to the person that you want to acknowledge. Now, I can tell you right now that those of you that are serious about doing something to advance yourselves in business should be looking at these tools with an open mind and with excitement. Because the truth is that serious people take action. Serious people take action. And the universe rewards people that take action differently than it rewards those that don't. So if you
that sounds like an original.
That sounds like an original, doesn't it? But it's not an original, because I'm a copycat. I just learned how to copy the right cats. But my point to you in all of that is to say that these tools were created to make your life easier in being able to acknowledge people with whom you seek to do business. If you want to do more business, you need to acknowledge more people. If you want to be more successful, then you have to be more grateful for what you have and what is coming your way in the future. And if you want to create what's coming your way in the future, then you need to learn how to use these tools so that you attract the people that should be and could be your client. And that's the bottom line in business. is the people who have the greatest impact are the ones that make the greatest impact, and it's up to you to make the impact.
Wow, wow, Glenn. Thank you for sharing those words of encouragement. And one more time, Glenn, for those people who just want to reach out to you and have a conversation and maybe just do a quick consult, where can I reach you again? Okay, so I'm going to give you 3 ways to reach me. That might get a little confusing, but here's the first way. Pick up the phone and call. I can be reached at 800-306-6488, extension 1. 800-306-6488, extension 1. The other way, of course, is to connect with me on LinkedIn and Facebook. On Facebook, it's facebook.com/Glenn Garnes. Facebook.com/Glenn Garnes. And Glenn is 2 N's. GLENN-GARNES. On LinkedIn, it's linkedin.com/in/Glenn Garnes. And it's spelled the same way as it is on Facebook. I actually had somebody ask me that once. So I just want to be clear. It's spelled the same way both times. So if you want to get connected with me on LinkedIn, linkedin.com/in/Glenn Garnes. If you want to get connected with me on Facebook, facebook.com/Glenn Garnes. Any way you get connected to me, I will look forward to that opportunity to have interaction with you. Okay, well, thank you, Glenn. So we just want to highlight your business. We're getting ready to get started with Rejection Proof, which is the first time it's ever been done on the Village Connector TV studio stages. But before we get started, I do want to take the opportunity to highlight a very, very special person that's out there. And let's just see if she's out there. Candace Camille, are you out there? Are you out there? Candace Camille. If Candace Camille is out there, Candace, we want to highlight you. You have a wonderful bed and breakfast out there in Fort Washington, Maryland. If you're out there, Candace, go ahead and just shoot Shay Brown a text message. We just want to... I have my phone right here in front of me. You all can see. Take this opportunity to highlight your business. Just text Shay at 202-270-1662. Candace Camille, we see that you're out there in the feed, and we just wanted to highlight your business. Go ahead and text us at 202-270-1662. And by the way, we're in the middle of our social media flash mob. Post your first name, post your last name, tell us where you're from, and post the link to your Facebook fan page or business page so that we can highlight your company. What we want you to do is, after you post the link to your Facebook fan page or business page, go out and like somebody else's Facebook fan page or business page. Go on out and do that, and make sure you tell them that you like their page. What we want you to do is build your virtual network. Build on your brand, expand your brand. Now, give a big shout out to Sarnie J with Brand and Expand. Brand Absolutely. And Expand. Amber Hawkins is out there. She put her page out. Shout out to you. Latoya Cooper is in the house. Shout out to him, by the way. He's here. Thanks a lot for joining us today. Dominique Baptiste. Thanks a lot for joining. Thanks a lot for joining. Haki is here. Stevie is here as well. Stevie Moore. And you mentioned Candace. Candace, if you text me today, we will give you a call. Stevie Mills. Stevie Mills. Okay. Stevie Mills is out there. Mercedes Hawkins is out here as well. Brent Harding, it was great talking to you earlier. And all of you that are out there, and we're just about ready to kick it off. And Candace, if you're out there, send Shay a text message. Candace Camille from Pure Enough for you. And Debbie Darlene Williams, shout out to you. Thanks a lot. I'm going to go like your page, by the way. I'm going to like your page out of Boston, Mass. And it's you're going to be glad you joined today, by the way. 270-1662. Faith A. Believer. She's out there, Shay. With her new book. And Tavis, my man Tavis, all the way from Woodbridge. Hey, Tavis, hey, we got to run another marathon, man. I follow you, you follow me. Great to connect. Wonderful person out of Woodbridge, Northern Virginia. Here you go. Here's mine. Tavis Now Unlimited. Tavis, we about to throw down. Make sure as you're out there, after you post your Facebook fan page or business page, the exercise is to go out and like as many fan pages as you can, and let the person know that you've liked their page. It's just a way of growing your network. And I love it that folks get a chance to share their page, Trevor, so folks can see what they do and suggest other folks to them. And I love this big give back thing. And there's Myra Smith. She's out there. Myra Smith Fry. She's out there. Hey, Myra. Thanks a lot for joining. Thanks a lot. And see, Amber Hawkins just joined the group. Welcome, Amber. Welcome, all of you. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
It's going to be an incredible and amazing and awesome day. I'm looking forward to it. I think we're just about ready to get queued up. Are we just about ready to get queued up, Trevor? They got all the stuff going on. Look, don't you just love how you can hear, how you can see, how you can participate? Let's give a shout out to Trevor Ott. Someone out there put hashtag Trevor Ott Rocks. Just put hashtag Trevor Ott Rocks. Just put that out there right now because he's ready to go. Now, for those that are out there, as we're getting started, I'm about to get started. I'm now taking it. I'm here. You see me. Let's do something. Let's pay this forward. Let's help another business owner. Let's help an entrepreneur. Let's help someone out there right now who needs to hear this message. Maybe they're being rejected from a whole nother level in their career, in a relationship, with another family member. Today can help them. How can you do that? How can we all participate? Here's what I'd like for you to do. Look right above the feed. Now, I'm going to give you something very special to put out there. This is going to be special. For everyone who does this, for everyone who participates, who does this, I'm going to do something really special because I'm going to go back and I'm going to follow it. Now, here's how to do it. Hit the share button right above. Now, why are you going to hit the share button? Because we're going to pay this message forward. So hit the share button right now. Just go ahead, click on it, click the Facebook icon, hit share, and here's what I want you to put. Put hashtag double my revenue, because we're about to have a money conversation. Put hashtag double my revenue. Now, Shay, what am I going to get when I do that? Well, you're not doing it for the gift, although I'm going to give you the gift because we're going to go back, and for everyone who uses the hashtag while we're talking today, the hashtag double my revenue, and that's got to be all together. Put hashtag double my revenue. I'm going to give you a special gift. And you're going to be glad you got it. I'm not going to tell you what it is right now. I'm going to surprise you with it. For those that make it and hang in it with me just a little longer, I'm going to tell you what that gift is. Now, go ahead and do that right now. Hit share, hit the share button, pay it forward, and hashtag double my revenue. For all those that did that, thank you, thank you, thank you. Someone out there needs to hear the message. And someone's going to be glad you paid it forward. Some of you are watching right now because someone else shared it. They paid it forward, and you made your way here. And you connected not so much with Shay and Trevor, but you connected with other folks that are out there. All right. With that being said, Trevor, I think we're ready to have an incredible and amazing presentation with content that's going to change their life. Are you ready, Trevor? Mic check, mic check.
Mic check, mic check, and we're going to go ahead and get started. And just as we're getting started, who is this presentation for? It's for everybody. This is one of those once-in-a-lifetime moments. And I want you to go out and get your pen. I want you to go out and get your paper. And I want you to get ready for an amazing time.
And then those that are out there right now, hit the share button just right above. Go ahead and hit the share button right above. As soon as you hit the share button, put hashtag. This time, put better than your best. Hashtag better than your best. And we're about to get queued up. As soon as they give me the cue, we'll be ready to go. And I can't wait. I can't wait. Now, Trevor's back there watching the monitors. He's making sure everything's happening. He's behind the cameras. You guys didn't know that he had this one skill. I don't think you knew that Trevor had this one skill where he could actually do multiple things and understands technology, understands automation, understands what he should be doing while he should be doing it.
It's going to be amazing, and we got all the cameras and everything is ready, and this is going to be on the wide right here, Shay. And some people are going to be able to see the wide shot, and then some people are going to be able to see look right in your eyes, right on the close up. Okay. And so it's going to be amazing.
All right, so we're ready to get going. So let me just grab a water here. If you're ready right now, just put hashtag I'm ready. Just put hashtag I am ready. Just put that right now. Hashtag I am ready. Because I'm ready. Here we go. They got everything queued up. We're ready. They're all here. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, they're changing batteries in my mic. Isn't that pretty cool? Got to make sure the batteries don't go dead. Got to make sure the batteries don't get there. Okay, change the batteries. Okay. I tell you. You know, there was a time, Trevor, we could just hang out in our garage, you know, and put a couple wires together.
Yeah, Shay, while they get your batteries changed out and everything, let's give a big shout out to Heather Piedmont. She is a copyright specialist and a PR specialist. And Heather Piedmont is out there, and she's just out there adding value, providing value to the private, to the elusive, to the exclusive Facebook group.
All right.
And so we're all ready to go, and everything is a go, and we're going to go ahead and get started.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. It's a great day, as we like to say. My name is Shay Brown, and our company is Peak Performers Institute. And what we do is we teach you an easier way to be successful in sales. And I'm so excited today to be sharing a topic that we're going to be talking about today. And the topic today is going to be rejection proof. How to rejection proof your business. And you might be wondering, who am I? Well, my name is Shay Brown, and I'm excited to be here, and I'm excited to get going. So get your paper, get your pencil, get ready to take some notes, because we are going to take the business to another level. What's the topic today? The topic is the secrets to overcoming rejection. Jot that down in your notes. The secrets to overcoming rejection. That is our topic today. It's what we're going to talk about. And I want you to think about what that would mean in your business right now. If you were able to overcome objections without being salesy, Now, you might be wondering right now, who is this for? Who is this presentation for right now? Why should I be listening? Who should be listening? Well, this presentation is for the person that may have a fear of rejection. So right now you're out there, you're thinking, you know what, Jay? I just have this fear. Now, maybe you're like the guy here, or maybe deep down in the back of your mind, you're worried that you're going to be rejected. Who else is this presentation for? This presentation is for folks who have been hurt. And you know what that's like. Maybe it's a client that you work with. Maybe you lost a big customer. Maybe you went after a deal for 4 months. Some of my clients, it takes a year to get a deal, and it just didn't happen. Who else is this presentation for? This presentation for if you wanted to avoid rejection. And so sometimes you don't call after larger accounts. Sometimes you don't ask for the order. Sometimes when you're trying to set an appointment and the person says, I don't have the time, you get a little wimpy and say, okay, maybe I'll try again later. Who else is this presentation for? And I want you to listen very carefully, because this has been me, and this might be you as well. It's for the person who's really afraid to ask for the order. Have you found yourself in a position where you've been talking to someone and the conversation's gone so well that you really don't want to ask them to buy anything? You don't want to ask them to sign a contract. You might not even want to ask for the next step. You're like, I'll wait till next time. And then I'll wait till next time. If that's you, through the power of improving your words, through the power of using a structure, through the power of using a system, and more importantly, the power of using neural linguistic sales, this right here, this presentation, I'm telling you right now, this presentation is for you. Then I have a mission that I want to share with you right now, and something that I haven't shared yet before, and I'm going to share it with you right now. And here's the a mission that I have. The mission is that I've been rejected. And I recall when I was in junior high school, I had fallen in love. I was in the 6th grade, and this person was in 8th grade, and fallen in love with a person who was on the cheerleading squad. And at the time, the person didn't pay me any attention. And maybe more than 10 occasions. I remember one time I asked, I want to say for about 2 weeks straight. I even brought now and laters. You remember those now and laters? Maybe they didn't have now and laters. Maybe you don't remember those things. And she still didn't give me any attention. And this went on for almost the entire year. And you know, when that happens, you find yourself where you're hurt. And I was hurt at a very young age. I never will forget this. I did everything I could to get her attention. I tried giving now and laters. That didn't work. We used to have pencil fights back in the day, by the way. Maybe you remember that. You take 2 wooden pencils out. They don't. My sons don't do that anymore. And I would say, watch me, watch me. She didn't care about that. And it got to the point, I remember, where I had a conversation, and I was talking to someone, and literally I could almost literally call crying, not because the person wouldn't go out with me, but just the fact of why not me? What was wrong with me? What was inside of me that put this person in a position where they didn't want to go with me? That it was my earliest memories of being rejected when I did my best, when I tried everything that I could do. I was in the 6th grade. I was, back where I grew up in Dale City Elementary, the 6th grade means you were in middle school. Now I know 6th grade right now for some is still elementary school, but it was middle school, and I was just crushed. And I got on the bus one time and I talked to my good friend. His name was Calvin Lawrence, and we went to elementary school together. We went to middle school together. And I remember sharing with him, and he said, "Give it up. Just give it up." You know what I did? I literally gave it up. Why did I give it up? Well, because I was afraid of continuously being rejected, and then amongst my own friends, this guy I rode bicycles with, the guy was on the rescue, and I still have that memory today. I still know the person. But here's what I want you to know, that no matter if that was you and you were in that same situation, let me share with you what I've learned. Let me share with you what I've learned, because what I learned helps me today, not only from a personal perspective, not only from a business perspective, but it helps me as a human being. And here's what I want you to know. It's a simple phrase. Jot this down in your notes. Please just put this down in your notes. I can't remember where I heard it from. It might have been Tony Robbins. Better than your best. That's right. Right now, in the private, in the elusive, exclusive Facebook group, head on over to virtualnetworkinglive.com and then just type on the keyboard, "Your past does not equal your future." Hashtag better than your best. In fact, let's share this with someone out there. Rejected in the past. I've been rejected on more than one occasion, by the way, in many areas of my life. But here's what I know. My past does not equal the future. And for those out there right now, this presentation is for you if you're ready to double your revenue. You're ready to help more money, time. And I couldn't wait to share this powerful message with you, to share what we've done with our clients, to share what we've done with our own company. I mean, Peak Performance Institute is doing this itself right now, and it's teaching other people. And it's going to help you, and it's possible you have never been in this type of conversation. A conversation around rejection proof, rejection therapy. Really, really excited. So you might be wondering right now, who is Shay Brown? Who is Shay Brown? Let me take a moment to tell you a little bit about myself and our company. But first, let me ask you a question. This is a very serious question. I want you to look at this right now. Have you ever been in love? Think about that. Have you ever been in love? It's a very serious question, and the answer is yes. I know I've been in love. Think about what it felt like. Or if you're in love right now, what does it feel like? Think about how you carried yourself. Think about your self-esteem while you were in love. Think about what you tried to do to make sure the person you were with understood, and how more you communicated with them, and how much more you were in sync. Now here's what I want you to imagine. Imagine losing the love of your life twice. Yeah, I've been married not once, but 2 times. And the love of my life walked out not once. Talk about the ultimate rejection. That's tough. But twice. And can you imagine what that's like when your car is being repossessed? And if you're out there right now and you're hearing what I'm saying, who do you know who's been divorced? If you've been divorced right now, just go ahead in the private group, if you want, just privately in the group, go ahead and put out there, "I have been hurt." Just type that right now. If you've ever been hurt in your life and you know what it feels like, and if you've been through a divorce and you want to share that with me, and with all those that are listening, put out there, "I have been divorced." So I want to know who out there has been divorced. I want to know out there who's been hurt. I want to know who's been through some struggles right now. Who's had their car repossessed? I mean, think about that. You have your business. You worked as hard as you possibly can. I'm raising 2 boys. My 2 sons, they decided they wanted to live with me, by the way. So I found myself out there, and I'm looking, and I'm doing everything I can, trying to find business, getting my company off the ground, getting started, and I find myself in this situation where my car is repossessed. I'm trying to help people live their dreams, and my car is being repossessed. That's really tough to do. And so after that happens, you find yourself, at least myself, okay, I started a business, going through second divorce, cars repossessed, and then I find myself in bankruptcy. I just flat out ran out of money. And maybe you've been there. If you've been there, who has been through this? Who has been through this? You know, here's what I want you to know. Not only am I going through this, but at the same time, my 2 sons are seeing me go through this. That's, you know, you're trying to be the man of the house. You're trying to do the right thing, and you're starting a business. You want to be an entrepreneur. You're going to help other folks out there. And now your kids, 2 sons who decided they want to live with me, I'm raising them, they see me going through this. And it's tough. I mean, it's one of the ultimate tough things to go through. So I'm starting a business, no clients. I'm thinking folks are going to work with me. And why do I think folks are going to work with me? Well, because when I got started, just a quick backdrop, I've only worked for 2 companies my entire career. You see, I worked for Citibank after undergraduate. I went to Morgan State University, which is in Baltimore, Maryland. So shout out to all the Morgan Bears out there. I love the school. Shout out. Oh, Doe was raised his hand. See, Doe, you didn't know that, did you? Shout out to those Morgan Bears. And then after graduate school, I went to Johns Hopkins, which is also in Baltimore, Maryland, to get my MBA. I worked for Verizon for the next 9 years. And I didn't do sales there either. And then back on May 31st, 2004, they gave me the pink slip. Some of you have taken a lot of programs. You bought some things that didn't work. You got books that you never used. You have these videos that are on your shelf. And maybe you're like me, but you're at a place where you believe in your heart that you can do this. You can do this. So I go out and I invested $5,000 with a gentleman by the name of Eric Loftholm. Now, business consultant, that's what my card said, but the reality was no one anywhere was hiring me to do any consulting at all. That wasn't happening. I was really taking the ideas that I was learning and I was teaching them to other folks. Here's what I want you to jot down in your notes. And please, if you're taking notes, put this into the private, into the elusive, into the exclusive Facebook group. Jot this down right now. This created a breakthrough for me. And this might be all that you need right now. Just this one idea. And how many ideas do you need to change your life? Really, how many ideas? And here it is. Selling is a learned skill. You can learn to sell. We all can learn to sell. If I can learn to sell, you can learn to sell. Jot that right down in the private and the elusive, exclusive Facebook group. Selling, just hold up. Selling is a learned skill. Hashtag double my revenue. We're going to put that hashtag on there. Selling is a learned skill. Hashtag double my revenue. In fact, look above the feed right now. If you already did the Facebook, do it again or click the Twitter one. Just go ahead and click it right now and then share it out and just put selling, S-E-L-L-I-N-G, is a learned skill. After that, space, hashtag double my revenue. Because I believe that you can double your revenue. You learn how to get these selling skills that I learned. So I learned these ideas from Eric. I took Eric's course. I've taken Brendan Bouchard's course, Brian Tracy, Les Brown, you name them, Danny Johnson, you name them. I've took the courses. And here's what I can tell you. I applied those in my business. And my business grew. We stayed in business. We hired people. We leased office space. And then I started teaching these same sales ideas to everyday people who are just like me. And I'm probably just like you, are many of you that are watching, are many of you who are listening to me right now. I'm still in the field every day. I got my sleeves rolled up. I'm in the trenches. I mean, I know what it's like to live on 100% commission. And so I'm excited because now the mission of our company is to teach 10 million sales professionals over the next 10 years how to make more sales with less effort. And that's what our intent is, and that's what we're going to do. So let me just share with you what I learned. Let me just take a moment, if I can, and let me share. You might be wondering, Shay, what did you learn from all this? What can you share with me? Yes, I'm going to talk about rejection proof. Yes, I'm going to share some neuro-linguistic sales, the science of neuro-linguistic sales, so you can really improve your business and you can double your revenue. But you might be wondering, what have you learned? Here's what I want you to know.
I've never really viewed myself as particularly talented. Where I excel is ridiculous, sickening work ethic. You know, while the other guy's sleeping, I'm working. While the other guy's eating, I'm working. There's no easy way around it. No matter how talented you are, your talent is going to fail you if you're not skilled. You know, if you don't study, if you don't work really hard and dedicate yourself to being better every single day, you'll never be able to get on the treadmill together, right? There's two things. You're getting off first, or I'm going to die.
There are those of you right now, your life is not where you want to be. Like, your life, you messed up. Or you're doing good, but you can't find a way to get to great. Just because you failed doesn't make you a failure.
Here's what I'd like for you to do. Jot this down in your notes. Winners never quit. That's right. Just right now, possible that you can live your dreams. It's possible that right now, with the message I'm going to share, that today is going to be a game changer. And I'm looking forward to sharing this message. I'm excited about the opportunity to share with you, and I'm excited about the possibilities that are going to take place for you today, because you see, there's one belief I have. The sales superstars aren't born. They're made. And I make them every single day. And today, just you hearing this message, you can become a sales superstar. Even if you don't believe you can become a sales superstar. I want you to know that right now, as you listen to me right now, that Shay Brown holds the belief for you that you are a sales superstar. You're already a champion. You're already a winner. Just the fact that you showed up right here, I'm going to acknowledge you for just showing up, for just participating. Part of life sometimes is just showing up. And because you showed up, what that tells me is that you have the potential right here inside of you to perform at a higher level. And not only do you have that potential, but you're willing to do something about it. So I acknowledge you. Thanks a lot for joining. Thanks for participating. I'm so excited. We have so much information, you know, because here's what I want you to know. Here's the one belief that I want you to know. And just jot this down in your notes. If you're taking notes, there is an easier way to be successful in sales. There's an easier way to be successful in sales. And we're going to share that with you today on how you can make more sales with less effort. That's right, make more sales with less effort. And I'm going to share all the ideas that I have. Now, I really have two outcomes for our time today, really two outcomes. My number one outcome is to provide value, to share with you the best ideas from a neuro-linguistic sales perspective. Now, you may have never worked with a neuro-linguistic sales professional before, because I'm one of 5 master practitioners that exist on the planet right now. So I'm excited that I'm here sharing this message with you. I'm going to share it with you from another perspective, another angle that's going to allow you right now to go out there and double your revenue. And I'm confident at the end of our time together, I'm confident you're going to walk away with at least one idea that you can use immediately, instantly in your business. It's going to help you double your revenue. And you only need one idea, and there's nothing more powerful than a good idea whose time has come. And today could very well be your day. And that's my number one outcome. My second outcome, at the very end of the presentation, for those that make it to the very end of the presentation, I'm going to extend an opportunity for you and I to stay in this conversation over and beyond today. And I've done something that we've never done before to everyone, every single one of you. If you have a desire right now, you make it to the end and you want to double your income, you want to be able to participate, then I'll share something with you. And I can't wait. And I'll give you all the details at the very, very end of the presentation. But here's what I promise you. It's an opportunity for you and I to stay in this conversation. You and I, me, not a machine, not something else. You and I. And I'll tell you all the details at the very end. So let's go ahead and share just a couple of things I want to share with you. First, rejection is not a reflection of how good or bad you are. I want you to know that right now. Rejection is not a reflection of how good or bad you are. We all know that no one really likes rejection. Colleagues that you're going to what? You're going to connect with each other. And then you reach out to the person and you call them and you leave a message because they didn't answer the phone. And then you leave them another message because they didn't answer the phone. Maybe you sent them an email. They didn't respond. Maybe you went to Facebook. They don't get rejected. That life's okay, that everything's just fine. But I want you to know right now, this is a good feeling from a mindset perspective. Here's what I want you to know. You're not alone. You're not alone. There's other folks out there. They've been rejected at some point in their life, but they were able to move on. Let me share a quick story of one of our clients that we were able to work with.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Karanda Fleming. I'm out of Greenville, North Carolina, and I just finished the Extreme Ultimate Makeover with Shay Brown and Trevor Otts here in Maryland. And oh my gosh, ladies and gentlemen, it has revolutionized my business. I am now ready to take over the world. I'm ready to just be the best boss that I can be. I can use my passions and I'm able to profit from that. Ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you to seek out help with Shay Brown and Trevor Otts with this business makeover. If you're a business owner and you're looking to improve your sales, if you're looking to improve your clients, your prospects, you ensure that your business is the best business there is within whatever niche that you are out there for. So he has a whole team of people that is going to cater to you, and you're going to be that boss as you design and make over your business. So with that being said, go on out there, get started, get signed up.
But she was at a place in her business where she believed in her heart that she had the right product. And all she needed was just to make a few changes here and there. And those few changes could be the difference between a $10,000 a month or $15,000 a month. Could be the difference between a $5,000 a month or a $0 month. And patterns that help Karanda and many of our clients that are just like you. They're everyday folks. And some of the folks we work with, they make about $80,000 a year. They actually pay themselves after taxes and everything. But that's okay. They got purpose. They got passion. They have a desire to help other people. And that are folks that are just like you. So let me go ahead and share just a couple of keys to handling objections. Just a couple of keys as we get started. And then once we go through a couple of keys, I'm going to get really deep and focus in the area of language patterns, words that you're using, scripts that you use as well. First is that objections unlock your personal greatness. So although you've been rejected, although there's been an obstacle there, although someone has told you that it's not possible or that you shouldn't do it or they're not going to work with you or maybe they didn't renew the contract, it's still inside of you lights this fire, lights this desire. And in some cases when other folks are rooting against you, you step your game up. It's kind of like sports, by the way. I love watching sports, love seeing what goes on. And sometimes we root for the underdog, right? There's a number of times where that's happened. But the rejection allows you to really excel in your personal greatness. And here's what I want you to know. Jot this down in your notes. Just put this in your notes right now, if you're watching, in the private, in the elusive, and exclusive Facebook group. I want you to jot this down because this is what I really believe deep down in my heart that objection does. Objection handling makes you unstoppable. Like once you understand the structure, once you understand the system, once you can get your mindset wrapped around that is not personal, and then once you have an outer game strategy, which are the tactical things you've got to do, then you find yourself being unstoppable. Someone right now in the private, in the elusive, exclusive Facebook group, which you can get to by going to virtualnetworkinglive.com. Again, virtualnetworkinglive.com. Go ahead and type these right above there, click on it, and put hashtag unstoppable, because that's what you're going to do. When you're rejection proof, you are unstoppable. It's not that you're better than anyone else. No, that's not the case. It's not that you're trying to convince someone or persuade them. That's not going to be the case. What is the case is you've got the mental toughness here. What is the case, you know exactly what you're going to do, when you're going to do it, and why you're going to do it. And I'm going to walk you step by step through that. So go ahead right now, put hashtag unstoppable. Now the question that comes up, and it's a common question, is how? Say, how do you unlock these keys of greatness? How does it truly happen? Can you walk me through it? Can you explain it to me? And the answer to that question is yes. Listen very closely to what I'm about to share with you right now.
Growing up in Beijing, China, I did not want to be a revolutionary leader or a model worker. I wanted to be Bill Gates. He came to my hometown to speak when I was 14 years old. I loved his story. I love the fact that he blazed his own trail and made the world a better place. For those of you who are Mac users, you might dispute that. But I love his story. I said, actually, I like him so much, I said, I'll go where he lives. So I came to the States when I was 16, dreaming to become a world-class entrepreneur. Then I did all the wrong things. I fulfilled my American dream. I got degrees, a job, a house, cars, and dogs, you name it. I got a lot of, life was comfortable, but deep down inside, I wasn't happy because I didn't pursue my original dream. And when I was 30 years old, and my wife was pregnant, and I felt old, and I felt I missed the boat. And this is over. If I couldn't become an entrepreneur when I was a single guy or a husband, how can I be an entrepreneur? And I was excited. I didn't pursue my dream. I hit the ground running and started building a team, found a business idea we liked, and I built a prototype. Then I started looking for investment. So 4 months into my venture, I was presented with a major investment opportunity. I thought that's going to take the company to the next level. And I really, really wanted it. I thought, I was sure I was going to get it. Like, how can I not get it? I believe in destiny, dream, and purpose, and all that. I wanted it so bad, I dreamed about it 5 different times. Each time waking up thinking, I got it. But then reality hit, and that hurt. And secondly, I was running out of time. I felt maybe this is not meant to be. Maybe I should look for a job now and wait, and instead of wasting for a couple more months. Then again, when you marry someone amazing, great things happen. My wife came to me. She's like a quarterback grabbing the face mask. And I will film the process and I'll blog about it, so the world can keep me accountable to finish all these rejections. So I started going out and ask for some crazy stuff to get rejected. For example, I went to a burger joint. After eating, I said, can I get a burger refill instead of a drink refill? And then one day I went to PetSmart and said, hey, can I get my hair trimmed like a German Shepherd? And this last weekend, I went to a random Super Bowl party saying, can I join you guys? I brought chips. And of course, I got rejected. But amazing things happened. I started getting yeses, a lot more than I thought. And here are some of the yeses I got. One day, I knock on the stranger's door saying, can I play soccer in your backyard? He said, come on in. I'm like, okay. And one day I tracked down a police officer driving his car and said, hey, can I pretend to be you and drive your car and sit there? And he's like, do it. All right. And then one day I was flying. Before my flight took off, I asked the flight attendant saying, can I give the safety announcement instead of you? They're going to pay a lot more attention to me, trust me. And he said, go ahead. Okay. All right. Thank you. See you.
Well.
So that was before donuts, and now it's after donuts. And her name's Jackie, by the way, and I was blown away by the customer service, but also just a human kindness she showed me. And a lot of people shared my feeling. That video got 5 million views in the span of 2 weeks. But the story did not stop at a viral video. People started following my blog and sending me emails after emails thanking me for doing this because they all share this fear of rejection. And for example, there's this actress in New York, and she told me her life is miserable because every audition to her is almost like rejection therapy. She's so afraid someone else will be better than her, her life is not happy. And then there's this French young man, and he said, I see the same girl at the gym for a month, and I think she likes me too, but I'm so afraid to ask her out because I don't want to get rejected. And then, of course, there are people sending me emails asking me to ask things for them to fulfill their lifelong dreams. I know about 6 degrees of separation. I'm not 2 degrees of rejection. I'm not sure that works. But this got me thinking. I saw rejection face to face. I started thinking, what is rejection? What is this monster that cripples us? We all have this irrational fear about. So I started researching, I started reading, I started talking to successful people on their rejection stories. And I want to share these couple things. One is rejection is actually constant. I got people writing me emails saying, I want to get a certain place in life so I don't get rejected anymore. That's not true. The higher you go, the more you will get rejected. In the latest presidential election, President Obama got 51% of the popular vote. He won, but we forgot he got rejected by half of the country. This is the leader of the free world. He got rejected 61 million times. And also, rejection is just a number. And once you reach that number, a no will become a yes, and you'll become much better for it. This story of C.S. Lewis, he got rejected 800 times before he was able to sell his first manuscript. And he made himself better in the meantime. Had he given up, there would be no The Chronicle of Narnia. And then there's Lincoln. We all heard the story of Lincoln got rejected many times before he was to become the president. But I'm talking about the movie Lincoln here. The director, Steven Spielberg, he got rejected by Daniel Day-Lewis 3 times before he was able to persuade him to become the main actor. And each time, he completely rewrote the script and made it better. Now it became a masterpiece. It has a good chance to win the Oscars. I don't mind to start a poll and then start betting on it. And being an entrepreneur is about finding a problem and developing a solution for it. And I found this problem, this universal problem of people's fear of rejection. And I will not stop until I find a solution for it. And whether that's through traditional media or it's through some new technology. I also need your help. You can let me know if you have any ideas. But lastly, had I not put myself out there constantly, I wouldn't have learned these 2 things. One, if I open up myself to the world will open itself to me. I didn't have to do this alone. And secondly, rejection, it could be constant, it could be painful, it could be very, very feared, but it also could be delicious and very useful. It's nothing but a number. And for that, I want to thank Bill Gates and my courageous wife, and also, of course, Jackie and her box of donuts. Thank you.
We're going to still become an entrepreneur. We're going to become a business owner. We're going to become sales professionals. And let's just think for a moment, if we can. Just think for a moment. You're in this profession, the highest paid profession in the world, and you decide to take this step. And when you think of a salesperson, what do you think of? Like right now in the private, in the elusive, exclusive Facebook group, as you're watching right now, when you think of a salesperson, what do you think of? Like what pops in your mind? What type of person pops in your mind? Just go ahead right now in the private and elusive, exclusive Facebook group. Share. When you think of a salesperson, what do you think of? Just go ahead right now. Just go ahead. Just go to virtualnetworkinglive.com. Just go ahead to virtualnetworkinglive.com and type that in. And I'm going to share with you what most people tell me when they think of a salesperson. What do most people think of? Like, okay, this guy right here, right? This is what most people think of when they think of a salesperson. They think of a used car salesman. They think of a guy like this with a plaid jacket on. They think of a guy normally with a white hat and maybe some yellow shoes. That's what most people think of. They think of, I'll pull my phone out and I was to look right now and take a look and say, okay, what do people think of when they think of a salesperson? What do they think of? Well, they think arm twisting. Okay, I would agree with you. Arm twisting. They think manipulative. They think of someone that's just trying to get over on you. They think of a fast talker. They think of someone that's just trying to be slick and sly. And you know what? Once upon a time, you had a seminar and you look back and the person in the back of the room says, how do you know when a salesperson is lying? Like right now, here's a question for you, in all seriousness. How do you know when a salesperson is lying? I said, well, I don't know. Because truthfully, I didn't know. You know what the answer is? Person says, what? Their lips are moving. Their lips are moving. And that's what most people think. And so they have this fear of asking for folks because they're thinking what the other person is thinking about them. But that's not what a sales professional is. It's not what a superstar is. Nope, that's not what it is. When you think of a salesperson, none of you that are watching right now, at least most of you watching right now, you're not an arm-twisting person. You're not a fast talker. You're not trying to persuade someone to do something they don't want to do. You're not trying to convince someone to give up their money and you're not going to do nothing in return. That's not who you are, yet that's what most people think of. And even if you don't see yourself as a salesperson, you're like, Shay, I'm not a salesperson. It's okay. The other person you're talking to, you know, that other person, they see you as a salesperson. And here's what I want you to know. Let me share a definition that was, I'll tell you, her bank account, her bank account just didn't reflect how good she was. She took a step. She hired us. We did a lot of things with her, but here's something that I shared with her because it was shared by being my mentor. I'm like, wait, if it's work with my mentor and it's work with other folks, it's going to help you. Here's what I told herself. I said, let me give you the definition of selling. And I want you to tell yourself this 10 times a day for the next 7 days. That's right, 10 times a day for the next 7 days. I want you to say this one sentence. Go ahead and jot this down in your notes. Just go ahead and jot this down in your notes. Selling is a learned skill. I'm sorry. Selling equals service. It's just 3 words. Go ahead and jot those 3 words down. Selling equals service. In fact, right now, we're going to share this out. We're going to pay this message forward. We're sales professionals. We're business owners. We're entrepreneurs. We believe in what we do. We're not like the old way of selling. We're part of this new generation. So right now, right above the feed, hit the share button. Just hit that share button right now. We're going to share this message out. And here's what I want you to put. Selling equals service. Space. Hashtag better than your best. That's right. Selling equals service. So hit the share button right above the video. Just hit the share button right above the video, right there in the video, and then put selling equals service. Space. Hashtag better than your best. Because you're going to tell yourself every day, you know what? You're in the highest paid profession in the world. You have an opportunity to make unlimited income. You may have gotten into this profession because you said to yourself, Shay, it's not about the money, but I got in here because I've got a great product. I can help people. I can service them. And as a matter of fact, on any given day, you can give yourself a raise. So here's what I want you to tell yourself 10 times a day. Will you tell yourself 10 times a day for the next 7 days? Selling equals service. In fact, right now, all of you out there, I'm going to give you a raise. See, that's the benefit of being in this profession. We can give ourselves a raise on any given day. So right now, in this present moment, I'm giving myself a $10,000 raise. I'm making that declaration to all of you who are listening right now. All of you right now, you're hearing the sound of my voice. You're watching me through these fiber optic lines. Maybe you got a hold of some recording that was out there and you got your hands on it and you're listening to it. Give yourself a $10,000 raise right now. I just gave myself one. How do you do that, Shay? Well, I'm going to tell you how to do that. I'm going to walk you step by step. But first, if you're hearing me and you're listening and you're with me, I mean, I'm with you, you're with me. Here's how we're going to communicate right now. In the private, elusive, exclusive Facebook group, just put out there, hashtag double my revenue. In fact, look above the feed right now. We're going to share this out. We're going to make this declaration. We'll make this promise. It's not going to be a goal. It's going to be a promise because a promise is much larger than a goal. A promise is something entirely different. A promise is something you make to yourself. So right now, right above the feed, just click the feed. Just click the feed right now. Click the feed. Boom. Hit the share button. Now you shared it. Now you're going to put hashtag double my revenue. Hashtag double my revenue. Now you gave yourself a $10,000 raise. Maybe that wasn't enough. If that wasn't enough, no problem. Poof! Just gave yourself a $20,000 raise. If all you need is $5,000, hey Shay, $5,000, I'm good. Life is okay. I don't have to run around. No problem. We're all giving ourselves a raise right now. Doesn't that just feel good? I mean, I'm going to share how to do it. But just go ahead and shrug your shoulders for a moment. Say, God, Shay, that feels, woo, that feels good. Now, we got to go do some work. We got to roll our sleeves up. We got to solve some problems. We got to have the right structure and the right system. I'm going to walk you through that, but I want you to know it's possible. The raise you just gave yourself, you can do that for the rest of your life. So let's talk a little about rejection therapy and some things that we have to go through because we all got to come together now. We're all in this present moment. We're all here. And now it's time to step back and have a little rejection therapy and talk about what we need to do in order to take it to the next step. So I'm going to give you a couple steps to do. Jot this down in your notes, please. Put this in your notes. Step number 1. Are you listening? Good. I'm glad you listened. Pay close attention. create a rejection diary. That's right. We're going to record the times that we are rejected, our thoughts and our feelings, and why it took place, So we're going to start our rejection therapy diary. Now, some of you, you're like me. You like Trevor as well. You're like, I don't want to write anything down, Shay. I'm beyond that. I'm part of this new age. I'm part of this area of technology, and that's what you're part of. So here's what we're going to do. Let me share what you can do. Go ahead and right now, just get your electronic device out right now, and go ahead and download PenZoo. That's right. Now, it says create your free journal. Some of you want to be online. You're like me. You're walking around with your iPhone. You're walking around with your Android. You have the iPad. You have the tablet. You're like, look, Shay, I'm not writing anything down no more. I'm in the new world. No problem. Head on over to PenZoo. Now, this is just one that you can use. PenZoo. I'm going to encourage you right now. Let's go over there right now. Someone right now paid us for it. Here's something else you can do as well. We're recording our rejections. You can use Evernote. Now, Evernote is just my favorite. Why is it my favorite? Now, I'm a little biased because there's an equals among equals. Evernote allows you to record it. So now you can take your Evernote out, hit a button because you're like, Shay, I don't have time to type anything up. Shay, I don't have time to write anything up. Shay, I'm not sure where I can find it. So what can you do? You can then step forward and you can just record it. Just hit the button. Bing! And then once you hit the button, you just record. Now, it might not be what you want to say, but it's okay. And it's private. It's between you and whoever gets a hold of your recordings. But you can also write it in there. You can type it in there. You can do so much with Evernote. It's not a lesson on Evernote, but it's a lesson on you starting your rejection diary. I want you to document it. That's what I'm suggesting that you do, that you document your objections when you were rejected as well. I'm also going to suggest something else. Trevor, I want to make a suggestion to them, and that is that they document the feelings that you had when you were rejected or unable to overcome an objection. Maybe you just felt like it was just all your fault. Maybe you felt like you weren't prepared. Maybe you felt like you was out there and you really didn't know what to do, so you were winging it. You were shooting from the hip. You were shooting from the lip. You were trying to be continuously, spontaneously brilliant off the cuff, and it didn't land. And you knew that when you hung up the phone. You knew that when you walked out the presentation. And you knew you just didn't give your best. Document the feeling. We're talking about why. This is important. Now, for all of you, this is not important. You're like, Shay, I don't need to document anything. Then tune me out. It's okay. But if you know what it means to be in tune with yourself and your feelings, then I want you to hear me. I want you to listen very closely, like you've never listened to one of these broadcasts before. I'm going to share some other ideas, but for some of you, just expressing that emotional side is going to take that first step for you. Now, let's talk about step two. Step two is the goal. What is it we're trying to accomplish? What's the goal at the end of the day? Why are we documenting what's happened? Why are we documenting what we feel? Why are we documenting the objections that we receive? Why are we documenting the number of times that we were rejected? See, there's a goal here. There's a mission, there's an objective, and there's a goal. One reason is, and I want you to get serious with this. I want you to jot this down in your notes. You just watched the video, you heard it, but you're going to focus on getting 100 no's. Now, you've heard this phrase before. The more no's you get, the closer you are to a yes. But you're going to at least have a goal. Now, why are you going to have a goal? Because if you set a goal, you're more likely to get there. Jot this down in your notes. You get what you focus on. Jot this down in your notes. You get what you focus on. And so maybe you haven't been focused on objection handling techniques. Maybe you haven't been focused on how to be rejection proof because you've not been in this conversation. So now you got a goal you've never had before for some of you. It's the first time. Get 100 no's, not because you want to be rejected. That's not it. It's because you want to be conditioned. And sometimes it's like riding a bicycle. You got to practice and practice and practice. And when do you want to practice? In front of a client? Or do you want to practice in other situations? Or do you want your subconscious mind to record what's going on? Because your subconscious mind doesn't know the difference between what's real and what's imaginary. You see, the future by definition doesn't exist. We're always in the present moment. There's a moment. There's a moment. There's a moment. And so when you focus on getting 100 no's, you find yourself at a subconscious level starting to be able to perform better. You have more confidence. You have greater self-esteem. And you set that as a goal. Now, watch this for a moment, if you will.
Hello, this is Jerry Clark of ClubRhino.com, and I just wanted to share something with you in regards to a couple friends of mine that have really transformed the way I do business. And I can tell you this, for years and years and years, I have been a technophobic. In other words, completely afraid of technology. I've been behind the curve when it came to converting my audio cassettes to CDs, behind the curve when they said something about an MP3. I thought they were talking about 3CPO or something. I didn't know what they were talking about. But you know what? I came across Shay Brown and Trevor Ott, and they had something called an Extreme Business Makeover. I had never heard of it. I had no idea what it was all about, but I heard people talking about it. I heard people mentioning how they were able to transform their business. They were able to really get the technology in their business required to be able to generate more profits than they ever thought possible. And they were able to do Extreme Business Makeover. Is something I highly recommend. I've told some of my other clients about it already, and they are getting plugged in, and they are also getting results, and I hope you get the results as well. Once again, Jerry Clark of ClubRhino.com. Come to my website, sign up for my e-zine, and see the process that's starting to take place. It's all because of what they've done for me in the Extreme Business Makeover. Go get yours while you can. Bye for now.
Now, first met Jerry Clark, he was like a number of you. He was already out there. He was already a rock star. He was already doing really, really well. In fact, some of you may know Jerry Clark. He was a superstar. But here's what we know. Superstars, they all hold one common belief. Do you know what that belief is? It's the belief that they can always get a little bit better. It's a belief they can always get a little bit better. And Jerry held that with him. And he took a step. He worked with us. And some of the ideas that I'm sharing with you, we share with Jerry. Now, learn it. And you too can do that as well. So let's now talk about something that's going to be very, very important. Let's talk about step number 3. Step number 3 is handling objections. And we'll talk about the type of objection handling scripts that you're going to need. Now, some of you might have a resistance to using a sales script because you say, Shay, I don't need one. It's going to make me sound canned, make me sound rehearsed. It's going to make me sound like a robot. I'm not going to be real. I'll be like a telemarketer. That's not what a script is. A sales script is just words and sequence that have meaning. That's all it is. Words in sequence that have meaning. So if you're saying something and you have a meaning, you're using a script anyway. Or you're winging it. By definition, by the way, winging it is a script. Because after you winged it a few times, you develop patterns. And once you have patterns, you have a script. So we're going to talk a little bit today about a couple of areas that you need sales scripts in. And then I'm going to focus on one area to help you double your revenue. One area would just be lead generation. That would be one area. That's something you got to do every single day. You got to find people that are willing to work with you. Another system that you need, because you only need really 3 key systems in your business. You need a lead generation system, so you need a way to get in front of people who have a problem. The second system you need is an appointment setting system. So you might be asking yourself, okay, Shay, I pick up the phone and I call folks to set an appointment, and guess what? They have objections. I feel like I'm rejected. I want to meet with them face to face. I've got a good reason to do it, Shay. I really do. I'm trying. But I feel rejected because of what? Move forward. And here's the question I want you to ask yourself. Here's the question. Listen very, very closely. Don't miss this. Listen very, very closely. Do you know exactly what to say, word for word, at the end of your presentation, whether it's one-on-one, whether it's over the phone, whether it's through a video, whether it's at a conference seminar? Do you know exactly what to say at the end of your presentation to move your prospect to action? If you do, hey, congratulations. Pat yourself on the back and tell yourself, good job. Go ahead, just pat yourself on the back, say good job. And if you don't, I want you to know this. It'll be one of the top questions that's being asked right now. I don't have the money. the money. That's a duh, like D-A, the money. I don't have the money. We're gonna address that. Don't worry. Hang in there just a little bit longer. I know I have a very special gift. I told you it's going to happen, and it's going to happen. But this is going to important. This is going to help change you. So, what will you learn as a result of everything you're hearing today? If you said, Shay, boil it down for me. Yeah, you're going to give me the techniques. Okay, Shay. You're going to give me the systems. I get that. It's coming up, Shay. In just a few minutes, you're going to release that to me. And I'm ready, Shay. I've got my hands on the keyboard. And folks have this when they're generating leads. They're setting appointments. They're closing deals. They're going through their personal life and relationships as well. This can help you. That's what I like about sales. It can help you in every area of your business. Go ahead and jot this down in your notes, please. Don't make the sale about you. You see, it's possible right now you're making the sale about you. So when you pick up the phone and you want to call someone and set an appointment and you don't do it, maybe because of the fear of being rejected, you're making it about you. Maybe at the very end of your presentation, you know you can help someone. You're ready to ask them to take the sale, but you're not too sure and you're uneasy. And so you walk away and you don't do it. And maybe you're making it about you. Will they like me? Will they like the product? Are they sure? Do I sound too pushy? See, the one thing, once you type that in, once you put that in, come on over. You can hit the button, knock, knock, knock. We'll accept you into the group. And here's what I'd like for you to do. First thing I want you to do is I want you to hit the share button and help another entrepreneur, a fellow business owner, someone who can at least get the message and pay it forward to someone else. Just hit the share button right above. Just hit the share button. Then once you hit the share button, just type these words. Don't make the sale about you. Matter of fact, put that in the group as well. Don't make the sale about you. Hashtag double my revenue. Don't make the sale about you. Hashtag set. And once you create that there, then you have these obstacles in your brain and your mindset that's holding you back that don't exist. So we got to take some time to shift your mindset, shift your belief systems, get you to say, you know what, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. And once you do that, you develop your emotional intelligence. So emotionally, you're like, you know what, I can handle this. Shay, Trevor, I'm good today. I can make this happen. I believe that it's possible. And when that happens, you start expecting more what? More yeses. Yeah, earlier we talked about just going out and getting no's, but now you step back, you shift your mindset, you shift your belief system, you're on autopilot. And it's going to happen for you. It's possible today that it's going to happen for you. Why? Because you're a champion. You're already a winner. And once you don't make it about you and you say, I've done the best I can, sometimes I arrive on presentations and I ask myself 3 questions. Question number 1, did I show up on time? That's question number 1. Was I 15 minutes early? If the answer is yes, I pat myself on the back and I tell myself, good job. The second question I ask myself is, did I give a quality presentation? Did I at least handle the rejection from a mindset perspective? Did I use the best words I could to overcome any objections that they may have? And then third question, I ask myself, did I ask for the order? If I do that, then I tell myself, I'm a champion. I'm a winner. And you are a champion as well. But don't believe us. Listen to our clients.
Hi, I'm Christy Little-Jones, and I just completed the 2-day extreme business makeover with Shay Brown and Trevor Otts. First of all, let me tell you how amazing it was. Not only was this the best decision that I made in my business, but it was having the support and people who believed in me and believed in my message, and they came and they ran with it. They gave me all the tools, all the strategies, all of the things that I needed in my business to be successful. And I promise you that if you make the same decision to invest in your business the way I have, I'm very sure, confident, 100% confident that you will receive the same attention, the same love, the same effort that they've placed in me and in my business. They will do the same for you. So my encouragement to you is to make the investment in yourself, in your business, and change the world.
And Christy was just like a number of you, just improving your automation. in being able to become a virtual CEO. You've never put those two together. And think about that. That's like the rocket fuel, the blast off. That's like the, I call it Shazam. Remember Shazam when we were little? Shazam! You put those two together. The power just happens. And that's what she found herself. And I'm really, really glad. And I'm tell you one thing. If you were to see Chrissy today, she would tell you she's not a rock star. She's not a sales superstar. But she's better. And each day she's getting better and better. Recall when she first left out or worked with us, after our 2-day session, just that weekend. So imagine, you come in on a Monday, you're there Tuesday, and then on that Saturday, she has a very important presentation. She implements exactly the language patterns that we suggested. She goes off and makes like 4 or 6 sales. I think they were like $997 a piece, like $6,000. Now $6,000 out there, maybe that doesn't move any of you, but $6,000 for some of you, like, whoa, you just woke up. So Shay, did you say $6,000? I can do that. And you can do that. And then later on, she had to give another presentation. She made a few more tweaks because she documented what worked and what didn't work. We work with her on her very next presentation. She goes out and she makes more sales. Now, here's what I want you to know. She'll have those skills for the rest of her life. There's a lifetime value of being here. And the lifetime value is you can use these 5. You've got to have the determination. But you know what? You have to have the will, and will overcome skill every single day. See, some folks are just more talented. Some folks are more skilled, but you know what? They don't have the will, the drive inside of you. One of the things that my father always says is, whatever you do, good. But there's some folks that are maybe a little more talented, I'll say, than he is right now. But what was he doing? My brother had him in the gym. It's 9:30, 9:45 at night. We go to Results Gym on Capitol Hill. So he's in a very private gym, and he's shooting 100 jumpers in 4 different spots on the floor. The guy's 11 years old. Now, I remember a time where he might not even be able to sit there and do that, but his shot is going in. I'm watching. I'm like, well, did he just hit 18 out of 20 shots? What's going on here? And then he showed me how he can dribble 2 balls at the same time and then go behind his back with 1. You know what? I saw in him the will to go out there and do it. If you believe you have the will, then you're going to be able to be very, very successful. The second belief you have to have. This is just a belief. Now, he has the belief that he's going to be in the NBA, and I believe him as well. If you believe you have the will inside you, here's what I want you to do. In the private, elusive, exclusive Facebook group, hit the share button first. Just hit the share button, and then put hashtag I believe. Just put hashtag I believe. Just put that in right now. Just put that right now. And then also type it into the group as well. Just hit the share button right above, hit the share above, and then put hashtag I believe, because I believe you. I believe that you have greatness inside you. These are 4 things you got to believe. First, you got the will. Then you got to believe that you have greatness inside you. Watch this video. Don't believe me.
We have something that no animal has. And what it's called is imagination. And what imagination allows you to do, it allows you to see it before it actually happens. What I mean by that is I need you to go 10 years into the future, 20 years into the future, and I need you to see yourself actually becoming the person you want to be. You gotta live in the forward. Block the whole world out. Put some music on, some classical music, right? The piano if you need to. I don't know what you need to listen to, but I want you to take 30 minutes. Go in the closet, go in the basement, go to the library, go into a room alone. And I want you to take 30 minutes and I want you to imagine. I want you to take 30 minutes and I want you to live in the forward. See, the problem is I'm talking to some of you guys, the problem that you're having is you're living in the future and you living in the present. And you keep talking about the mistakes. You keep talking about the past. You keep talking about your trials. You keep talking about your situation. And I want you to know that everybody that's ever been great, everybody has had an obstacle to overcome. They've had a barrier that they had to climb. There is no individual who's ever reached success and he didn't have to go through an obstacle or a barrier to get there. I need you to live in the future. I need you to go in your future every single day. I need you to go in your future. I need you to see what you're going to be. Listen to me. What you are to be, you're now becoming. And so you got to use your imagination. And your imagination has to take you beyond the pain. Your imagination has to take you beyond the trouble. Your imagination has to take you to the next level. We had to see ourselves there long before it happened. The second tool is we got to embrace faith. I have to have faith to believe that the thing that I see 10 years from now, 20 years from now, that one day that thing is going to be successful. When I was homeless at 16, I could have quit. When I was homeless, I could have given up. There are many days that I thought about committing committing suicide. But I said to myself, just keep imagining, keep thinking, keep seeing what you're not now, but what you're going to be. Sometimes it's going to be hard. Sometimes you're going to look all around you and nowhere do you see success. Nowhere do you see anything that remotely looks like success. But you got to embrace. Number two, you got to embrace the faith. You got to believe that although it's not happening right now, if you keep pressing, if you keep pushing, guess what? One day is going to be your day. That's right. I need you to say that with me. One day is going to be your day. Embrace the faith. You got to be able to see it and believe it, that when there's no evidence around you, when there's no evidence around you, when you got pain in your life, when you're tired, you feel like giving up and you feel like quit. When you look around you, you don't see anything that looks anything like success. You got to embrace the faith and believe that one day going to be my day. But one day can't be your day if you give up. If you quit, no day.
Best is yet to come. And no matter what you're going through right now, no matter the challenges, no matter how many times you've been rejected, here's what you can do. You can follow some very specific steps. You can take advantage and understand some language patterns. You can do what others have done right now, and your past will not equal your future. I'm ready to open up the vault. I'm ready to share it with you right now. But here's what I want you to know. The best is yet to come. Now we're going to talk about how to handle objections. And what are they called? Objection handling techniques. That's right, objection handling techniques. And I'm going to walk you step by step through some of the techniques that you can use right now in your business to handle objections. Now, when you think of objections, I want you to think of three things. There's only three ways that you can handle objections. The first way that you can handle objection is you can ignore the objection. They pretend it just never exists. Some people have that personality. They can ignore it and just keep going. That's one thing you can do. The second way, objection, you say something, how do you feel about moving forward? You throw them something, they give you an objection, and you kind of have this banter go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, like a hot potato. And we'll talk about that. So there's only three ways, and that's pretty cool to know. So here's what I'd like for you to do first. Rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10, just how you go about it. Don't worry about that. If you're a 4, don't worry about that. If you're a 10, don't worry about that as well. But where do you think most people are? Like most people we work with, they're at a 6 or below. And if you're a 6 or below in handling objections, think about how much money you're leaving on the table every single day. Here's the question I have for you to ask yourself. How much extra money are you leaving on the table each month as a result of not implementing objection handling techniques? Maybe some of you it's $5,000 per month. Maybe some of you it's $10,000 a month. Some of you listen right now, you have a team right now. And think about how much you improve your mindset, you improve the words you're using, you earn an extra $5,000 per month, and it goes into your bank account month after month after month. Now it could be more than that, but let's just say $5,000 per month. Here's the question I have. What would you do with the money? How would your life be different? Maybe some of you would pay off credit card debt. Some of you would pay your mortgage off. Some of you would save for retirement. Others of you, you want to send your kids to a school of their choice. And many of you out there, many of you, maybe just want to take a vacation. Maybe you just have peace of mind. I don't know what it would do for you, but here's what I do know. Here is what I know for sure. You listen to me for just a little bit longer. You improve your objection handling skills. You become rejection proof. And there's going to be a lifetime benefit. Now, I don't know how much longer you plan on being in business. I'm 46 years old today. Not today, today's not my birthday, but that's how old I am. And I'm going to do this till I'm about 75 years old. Maybe not at this pace, but till I'm about 75 years old. So I've got about a 29-year run in me that's left right now. About 10,585 days, right? So if you took 365 days times 29 years, I've got about 10,585 days left. And the type of conversation most of you have with me right now, that's why I want you to listen with new ears right now. That's why I want you to watch with new eyes. I want you to pay very, very close attention, because what we're going to be talking about is very important. And why is that? Because objections are nothing but questions in disguise. And it's really an opportunity to open up closed doors. Objections really are just buy-in signals. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at buy-in signals. So let's go through a few of those buy-in signals right now. Number one, objections are an ideal opportunity for closing. Person says they have an objection, put you in a place to be able to speak to them, to be able to talk to them, be able to have a conversation. And as you do that, you say, whoa, there's an opportunity. The door is still open. They have another question. See, that's a mindset. We'll get to a technique, but that's a mindset. Don't want you to get to the end of your presentation and say, would you like to meet with me? Would you like to sign the contract? And they say no. And the minute they say no, your body language is like, oh, darn. I knew that was going to happen. No, 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 no. You say, well, you know what, Shay? I was just on Rejection Proof. And I just heard one of the secrets. And one of the secrets is it's an opportunity to close. The door is still open. But I've got to do the right thing. Here's what I want you to know. The toughest objection isn't the one you don't recognize. It's the one that you create in your own mind. See, some folks go into a presentation and say, my company's not big enough. I haven't been doing this long enough. I don't have past performance. Why would they hire me? They have doubt walking in, and they create these objections that the prospect or the existing client never said existed. Talking to someone recently, maybe I'll share a quick story, and they've been in this business now for over 10 years. And they're sharing with me all the reasons why they believe. He said, sure. I said, are you a fortune teller? Don't be stupid, Shay. All right. Do you have a crystal ball? Shay, come on, you're playing with me. No, I mean, like, really, are you in the mind of your prospect? You know what they're thinking. See, what I'm hearing is that you didn't ask the right questions. These were objections you put in your mind based on your own intuition, based on your own belief system. You don't know if they're real or not. Now, I get it that the person's been doing this for a while. I get that. But here's what I want you to know. You know what objections holds most of us back? It's the one that we create in our mind. So we don't want to create it in our mind. We want to be able to ask the right questions. We want to be able to lead the prospect. We want to be able to educate the prospect.
Raise the quality of your life, the quality of your bank account, the quality of your product and your professionalism. I would strongly recommend that you get in contact with Shay Brown and Trevor Hart. I have been around a long time in the industry of production, speaking, traveling the world. And I have never seen, if you see some of the work they do, the graphics and the coaching that they do, it is phenomenal. And they are absolutely walking genius. So strongly recommend that you check them out. Trevor Hart and Shay Brown on taking your product, taking your life, taking your lifestyle to the next level. There is nothing to compare what these guys can do to better and upgrade the quality of your life and your product and service. Thank you. This is Dr. Ali Yassin sharing with you. A shout out to Trevor and Shay. Thank you.
Right. Here's what I want you to know. If Ali can do it, so can you. What I like to do is share something that you may not have heard before, but it's going to help you with handling objections. And it's the 7 objections you can't overcome during a sale. Now, I'm a very positive person. I mean, I believe that you can overcome anything. I do believe that, but here's what I do know. It makes it harder. It makes it more difficult. The challenge is really tough when you find yourself in a position and you dig this hole and you're like, wow, what did I do? Let me walk you through those 7 ways right now. And pay close attention. Get your paper, get your pen. Just go ahead and jot these down in your notes. And then ask yourself, what have I been doing that's been, not going to say sabotaging, but it's been holding me back? And how can I be rejection proof and make sure I don't do these things? And then, Shay, tell me exactly what the experts are doing. See, there's 2 ways you learn anything in life. First, you learn the basics. And we're walking through that. And for some of you, you get the basics down, you're going to generate another $5,000 or $10,000 plus a month with just the basics. Jot this down in your notes. Never underestimate the power of the basics. Just put that down right now. Never underestimate the power of the basics. Hashtag better than my best. Better than your best. Okay, you have that down. Then you go off and you learn advanced techniques. You got to learn some advanced stuff. And then you come back and you what? you master the basics. So let's talk about some basic things you can do. I'm going to go through this, so just watch and listen very, very closely. Number one, and this is important, is don't have a long-winded presentation. They give you a certain amount of time, and that's the number one objection. It's very difficult to overcome. Number two, nervousness, insecurity, hesitancy. You see, this is very important, and I believe, and this is just my belief, that people have a phony meter. And so you can try not to be nervous. You can say, okay, fake it till I make it, fake it till I make it, fake it till I make it. But you know, sometimes they have that sense. And they're like, you know what, maybe they can tell you're a little nervous. Here's what I want you to know. Jot this down in your notes. People buy clarity. Put down in your notes. People buy clarity. So when you come across that way, then it's hard to overcome this objection that you've created. Why is that, Shay? Give me a $100,000 idea, Shay. I've been with you. I'm listening to you. I feel you. But give me something, Shay, that's a $100,000 idea. I'm glad you asked. Here's a $100,000 idea. Just one idea I'm going to share. I believe between now and the end of your selling career, you're going to earn an extra $100,000 over and beyond what you would have earned if you didn't have this idea. And here it is. Jot this down in your notes. A confused mind rarely buys. Put that in the private, the elusive, exclusive group. A confused mind rarely buys. And so you've got to have clarity, because people buy what? They buy clarity. That is absolutely correct. Number three, and this is important, lack of clarity and lack of focus. I just said people buy clarity, so you've got to be focused, because you get what you focus on. Number four, this is so important. I mean, you're eager to close or high pressure selling. Now, I get it, you're not a high pressure salesman. You're not a person with a plaid jacket on and a blue shirt screaming into the phone like that. But this is what comes across as a person is talking to you. So sometimes they're just a little too eager. Slow down. If you get to sell, you get to sell. If you don't, you don't. It's not about selling anyone anything. Our job as sales professionals is to give a quality presentation, and when it makes sense, we ask for the order. What is our job as sales professionals? Is to give a quality presentation, and then when it makes sense, we ask them to take the next step. So there's no high pressure needed here. I don't teach those techniques. There's no influence here. I don't teach those techniques. Yeah, I'm going to share some techniques that have neuro-linguistic sales embedded in it. And what is NLS? What is neuro-linguistic sales? It's the study of language patterns and how they impact the sales process. That's going to be important. Number five, ignoring objections or giving weak answers. And where do the weak answers come from? Well, you're shooting from the hip. You're trying to wing it. You're there. You don't know what works. And you're not too sure when it does work, why it worked. And so you find yourself in this position where you're giving weak answers. And as a result, it's harder to overcome objections. See, these are 7 things that prevent you or have objections that are very hard to overcome. And number 6, failure to establish value. Now, I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again, so listen closely, tune in. People buy benefits. And so you've got to clearly articulate, what are the benefits? Why should they take action today? Now, there's about 5 different types of benefits, by the way, just as a quick reminder, just something for you to have for your notes. One benefit is tangible benefits. So when you improve your selling skills, you make more money. It's very tangible. Look into your bank account. It's there. Tangible. You can touch that. So that's maybe one benefit that you may have to communicate. Now, you have to communicate all 5 of these, but you want to be able to touch on them and know what's most important to your prospect. The second benefit is intangible benefits. See, by you watching today, you improve your ability to handle objections. You improve your selling skills. You get better. So as a result, intangible, you have greater confidence. You have higher self-esteem. You go after larger accounts. You believe this instinct inside of you allows you to do things that you didn't think you could do. So you can't measure that. You can't put your hand on that. But you wake up a little earlier in the morning. You make one more phone call. You power partner with people you didn't think was possible. See, that's what's intangible. I can't measure it, but it happens. By you being here right now, and I'm putting this sales success software on your brain. It's there. You're hearing this message. And whether you hear my voice or not, it's not about Shay Brown. It's the power of the message. See, the message is that powerful. The ideas are that powerful. And as a result, you become that powerful. And then there's another benefit, which is the sense of urgency. Why do it now? Why take this step right now? Why not wait? Why? Today, this morning, this afternoon, wherever you are, we've got a very special offer we're going to do at the end. As a matter of fact, I got a bonus I said I'm going to give at the end. I can't wait to get it. We're almost there. I can't wait to give it to you. Just for you hanging in there, just for you listening. And then there's another benefit, which is the sense of the consequences of not taking action. So if they don't take action, so what? What happens? So you've got to communicate this. Maybe if you're a plumber, let's say, or you have a leaky faucet, you call a plumber up. So the plumber comes over and they review the leaky faucet. And they say, guess what? You have a leaky faucet. You say what? Duh-rah. So it's going to be $75. I'll fix the leaky faucet, not a problem. You say, I ain't paying $75. Well, for every day that the plumber's gone, you still have a what? That's right, leaky faucet. You still have a what? Leaky faucet. There's some cost of not taking action, just by you not improving your selling skills. Maybe you leave $5,000 on the table. Maybe you have to go work for someone else. Nothing wrong with going to work for someone else right now is that you improve your selling skills. That is a benefit. It's impossible to walk away and not use these ideas, but that's not why you listen. The benefit, I will say, of you increasing your selling skills is you make more what? Money. That's right. You make more what? Money. But that's not why you do this either. Send your kids to a school of their choice. Save for retirement. Help a loved one. Maybe there's people that are dependent on you, and you can write a bigger check to your church or to a social organization because that's what you want to do. You leave a legacy behind. You see, it's the benefit of the benefit of the benefit. That's what it is. Entrepreneur's light is never out. We're always working. Now, I'm not saying there's no balance. That's not what I'm saying. But sometimes we find ourselves, no matter what we're doing, we're thinking about what we could be doing in our business. And some of you have been with us late nights, been with us early in mornings. But this is my belief. This is a Shay Brown belief that an entrepreneur's light is never out. And number 7, sometimes we just fail to ask for the order. These are 7 things that we do that we create these objections we can't overcome. We just walk away. For whatever reason, we decided, doggone it, I was going to do it, but maybe I'll do it next time. Maybe I'll do it next time. And as a result, we walk away from the deal. We never ask for the order. Don't believe us. Listen to our clients.
My 2-day extreme makeover with Shay and Trevor, and I'm telling you, it was awesome. So much, on the first day, it kind of brought me to tears because it's something especially for me to see my dream come to pass. We all have our businesses, we all have reasons why we started our business. And when you get that frustration of not knowing how to make it grow like you really want it to grow, and someone else is able to come in and really show you how to take it.
That I got from my mentor, Dr. Donald J. Moyne. And this is powerful. This can help you. Right now, before I give it to you, for those that are hanging in there, you're still there. You're like, Shay, first I want to know what the bonus is. Secondly, I'm waiting for the idea. And third, I want to know what you told Kelly because we've put money in Kelly's pocket. And she's now rejection proof. But jot this down, this is another one of those $100,000 ideas. They're bouncing all over the place. They're coming all through these fiber optic lenses right now. And here it is. Your words can make you rich. Jot that down in there. Put that in a private, elusive, exclusive Facebook group to exactly what happened. She's there on a Monday or a Tuesday. Now, you don't have to come in here. That's not what this is about. But if you're out there right now, you're like, hey, Shay, I want to be able to connect with you. I'll tell you how you can do that. But she took this step. She's already an entrepreneur. This is not her first rodeo, but yes, she wants to get a little bit better. She wants to be more comfortable. She wants to close more deals. So what happens at that point? Well, I'm on a plane. I get off the plane in Dallas, Texas. I pull out my phone on the plane, obviously, And there's text messages that are there. And one of them is from Kelly. And Kelly sends a note to say how excited she was that she followed the script, word for word. And she had the easiest close she's had into one of her programs. $1,999. Now imagine this. Instantly, she earns extra $1,999. She didn't see herself in sales. She doesn't even like sales, by the way, but she's an entrepreneur, which is that's really an oxymoron, isn't it? In sales, but a business owner, but don't see yourself in sales. Anyway, but here's the point I want to make. If Kelly can do it, you can. Unleash to you 25 of the best tips. Now, you got to put your name. I'm requiring that. Your first name, your last name, and your email. Why do I need that? Well, we may have to email you the information. We'll probably send it right to your cell phone. But how do you do that? Text the word sales power. That's what I'm requesting. I got to hear it. Sales what? Power. Someone right now in the private, elusive, exclusive Facebook group, put text 202-270-1662. Text the word sales power, include your first name, your last name, and your email. I'm going to give you just a second to do that. Everybody, just pull your phones out. Just pull them out right now. My phone is vibrating right now. Some of you are just already on this. It's really coming to me. So while I'm talking to you right now, my phone's buzzing. It's kind of funny. But I made a commitment. Now, my super rock star assistant, Ashley Love, is out there. Ashley, we're passing all this over to you, so you get ready. That means I've got to read it, and then I've got to forward it. If you want to put a message in there for me, you're welcome to do that. But text 202-270-1662. That's my personal cell. Text the word sales power. Go ahead and do it right now. I'll hold it. Do it right now. And put your first name. Put your last name. And enter your email. Take a minute to do it. Now, I'm going to give you a few minutes to do that. Now, don't text me a week later because you just found the time to do it. If you don't have the time to do it now, I don't have the time. The universe rewards people who take action differently than those that don't. If you happen to be watching a recording of this, because you just got it, we're going to be on the honor system. The honor system means that you're hearing my voice now or you're watching me right now. You take action now. What's the number again? 202-270-1662. Text the word sales power. That's right, sales power, to get the top 25 tips, the 25 best ideas that I didn't even release. I didn't even mention them on here yet, in order for you to be rejection proof and to double your income. Do that right now. Do that right now. And again, 202-270-1662. Text the word sales power. Okay. As you're doing that, let me go ahead and share with you, if I can, right now, something that's very, very important. It's what the 3 toughest customer objections are. Think for a moment. What are the 3 toughest objections that you're faced with every single day? What are the 3 toughest objections that are holding you back? What are the 3 toughest objections that, if you worked on right now, that would really just take it to us right now? The 3 toughest. The first one is there's just no need. The person feels indifference about it. They're indifferent about it. Why do it? There's no need. They should be off doing something else. Whatever you're talking about, they ain't hearing. They're out enjoying life. Yeah, they're sitting there with you. Yes, they're on the phone with you, but you know where? We just talked about benefits. Now, if you missed that because you missed it, you just missed it. But for those that were there that were tuned in, we know that people buy benefits. We know that people buy clarity. We know that a confused mind rarely buys. So we've got to turn this no need into how will they benefit from. Again, virtualnetworkinglive.com. Just head on over there right now. Go knock, knock, come on in and share this. If you get the right answer, I'm going to do something special. Just, what do you think the number 1 reason most companies go out of business? Like, really, if I was going to my phone and looking out there, I'm sure some of you would tell out there, tell me your toughest objection you're getting right now. Let's put that into the private to elusive, exclusive Facebook group. What is your toughest objection? Maybe it's I don't have the money. Maybe it's I don't have the time. Maybe it's I got to think about it. And these are objections you're getting when you're closing. I'm going to focus here because you're prepared. Now we can prepare you. There's only 7 to 12 common objections. You know what the prospect's going to say. We know that people perform in predictable ways. Jot this down in your notes. People form habits, and habits form futures. People form habits, and habits form futures. What are the habits of your prospect? a couple of minutes and jot this down in your notes. You can do this. You can do this. I believe in you. So step number 1, write down your 12 typical customer objections on a 3x5 card. So what you would do, and you can write on a 3x5 card. That's how I started. I used to carry in my bag, I used to carry a black little box. I got it from CVS. I guess they're still in business, by the way. And inside the box, I had these 3x5 cards. In fact, ask me that question. You can put it in Penzu. Yeah, put it in your journal. But I'm going to ask you at least to put it somewhere where you can see it. So let's, for purposes of this exercise, we all want to get 3x5 cards. We're going to pay 99 cents. We're going to go get them. You're going to write down your toughest objection, and you're going to put it right there. So now you have them. They're written down. You know what they are. Step number 2 is we're going to take those cards and we're going to shuffle them. There's only 12 of them, so how hard is it going to be to shuffle them, right? But we're going to shuffle the cards up. And then we're going to place them face down on the table. Now, this is how you practice. This is how you get better. This is how you do like my nephew, who today is only 11 years old, going to the 7th grade. He's gonna be one heck of a basketball player. I'm telling you. By the time season starts, he's gonna be good. Why? Because he practices. Okay, so now you got your 3x5 cards written. You've now shuffled the deck. You have them upside down, spread out, just like you're playing cards, hence the word cards. You're gonna do a show about me. And I've got, Shay, really about 5 minutes to explain to them why they should do it. And I've got to answer any questions they have. Would you walk into Hollywood with maybe $100 million deal on the table? Would you wing it like you're at improv somewhere? Like right now, rehearse. You would work as hard as you could. You would write down the pluses and the minuses. You'd go in there, and in that 5 minutes, if something came up and you saw a clock on the wall that was ticking down and you had to answer something, you'd be laser focused. That's the level of effort. And this is what I'm telling you right now, it's technique, but it's also effort. Giver's economy. He believes we're in the giver's economy. And I said, okay, Trevor, I'll give the best we got. We're going to help people. We're going to change lives. People are going to have the best 30 days of their lives. They're going to walk away inspired and empowered, but more importantly, they have all the tools they need to be successful in their business so they can go out and they can give more to their family, give more to their community on the spot. And then number 4, after a few minutes, interrupt yourself again and repeat the process over and over and over again. That's how you get better. I played the French horn in middle school, the French horn. How did I get better? Can you imagine me with the French horn? My brother played the clarinet and got the guitar. And we thought we had a band. But forget all that stuff. Let's just talk for a moment about practicing. See, you've got to put the practice in. You've got to put the effort in. You've got to be willing to persevere, and that only comes from what we talked about earlier, the will to make it happen. The will overcome the skill and the talent. What will all this do at the end of the day, Shay? Sum it up for me. Let me give you 6 words. It helps you think on your feet. That's what you want to do. That's what improvs do. They think on their feet. And so now you practice it, and your mind says, we've been here before. We know what's going on. But don't believe us. Listen to our clients.
Author, speaker, certified coach, and the leading expert on the science of finishing. I just finished my business makeover with Jay and Trevor, and I want to just share a few things that I enjoyed most about this 2-day intense experience. It was accurate information, and I feel empowered to take my business to the next level. So I'm really excited about having worked with him through this business makeover. Didn't get a whole lot of sleep over those 2 days, and I had home assignments and all that, but they were actually assignments and things that I could do that benefit me, not just for the next few months, but they have given me some tools and resources and strategies that I will be able to use for years to come. So thank you very much. It was wonderful.
Dr. Pam Love Manning is just like you and many of you who are out there right now. She wanted to get to another level. Now here's a person who has a PhD, lots of training, been in the profession for a very long time, and still knew there was more there. She wanted to really make this year her best year ever. And some of you listening right now, you want this year to be your best year ever. You want to live your best life. And so she came to us. Why did she decide to hire us? Well, she was turning 50 this year. I guess she'd be okay with me saying that. She had a big birthday party, had a big bash, she had everything going on out there, so I don't know why she wouldn't want me to tell you that. It was important to her. And so she wanted to prove where she was. There were things she wanted to do. And so here's what she said. She said, you know, I want to take this to another level. And during the interview process, one of the things that stood out with us is that she wanted to help people. Now, she's being able to know what she was going to say, when she was going to say it, and how she was going to say it. Being able to bring people into the Finishers Network. Being able to put together power partners. To do all the things she wanted to do. To be able to get the success. One of the reasons, now, we can't take credit for our clients. I mean, some people try to take credit for all their clients. They're like, it was all about me. I got them there. Heck no, I didn't get them there. She's going to be successful with or without us. Just like you. You're going to be successful with or without us. But here's what we did know. She would get there faster with less effort. And so as a result, her Finishers Network is taken off. She studies the art of finishing. See, you know, some people, they're always getting ready to get ready, but never quite ready. They're always getting ready to get ready. And then we have others that just what? They finish. And that's what Dr. Pam loves being able to do. And I'm really happy that we've been able to be a part of that journey. We've been a catalyst to help get that going. So let's talk about now a couple of techniques. Step. How do you feel about signing the contract? And the person asks, I already under contract. I've got to think about it. They give you an objection. And I told you before, there were 3 things they could do. You could ignore the objection, you could handle the objection in the body of your presentation, or you can handle it at the end. You waited to get to the end to have this hot potato metaphor. You've got the hot potato. I'm gonna give you 3. You pick what's comfortable for you. You mix them up. You have your cards. You can make that happen. You get to the end of the presentation. How do you feel about meeting with me for the next appointment? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm busy for the next 6 months. You can, be nice and all that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Quick question, is that your only concern? Them all out right now, other than not having the money, other than having to think about it, other than having to visit our website, other than having to see it in writing before you sign the contract. Are there any other concerns that you have? See, I want you to know what you're going to say. I want you to practice. I want you to rehearse. I want you to be ready. You can do this. The next technique is called the investigative technique. Now, I like this one. This is by fine. Now, I was like a Encyclopedia Brown guy. Now, some of you might have read the book Encyclopedia Brown. He was one of those detectives that went out and tried to find out what was going on in his neighborhood. It's okay. I'm proud of telling my age. I made it. Hopefully, you'll make it too, God willing, and the blessings fall upon you. But I made it. I can say that. The investigative technique goes a little something like this. How do you feel about moving forward? Shay, I don't have the money. You could come back and say, tell me more about that. How do you feel about moving forward? I've got to think about it. Investigate. Tell me more about that. How do you feel about taking the next step and signing a contract? I'm not sure. Is that your only concern? Tell me more about that. Now let's role play these out. Let's role play these 3 out just for a moment. Let's imagine we're having a real conversation. And this happens every single day. I get to the end of the presentation and I say, how do you feel about hiring me as your coach? How do you feel about hiring me as a speaker and signing the contract? Person says, I don't have the money. Nothing changes in my voice rate. Nothing changes in my physiology. Nothing changes in my tonality. I don't speed up. It doesn't change. I relax. I know what I'm in your budget. Is there anything else that's preventing you from moving forward? Other than the money not being in your budget, are there any other concerns that you have? Because when would you want to get the concerns? Now or later? Don't use objections. Objections is a word we use in sales. That's a sales language. With the client, are there any other concerns? They say, yeah, I do have one more concern. I'm not sure if this will work for me. Reasonable question. Jot this down your notes. It's called a reasonable request at a reasonable time. Reasonable request at a reasonable time. It's very reasonable. They're not sure it's going to work. So I can use the investigative technique. I'm there. I can use any of these techniques in any order, but I only have so much time. So I'm trying to share with you, but some of you have your hands on 40 plus techniques, and you're going to be so prepared, you'll be worried about other areas. You won't be worried about being rejected. No. If they don't buy, they don't buy. Our job is not to convince them to do anything. It's just to give a quality presentation. When it makes sense, we ask for the order. When it comes to objections, we just eloquently dance with the prospect. We kind of just have this banter go back and forth, and if they don't buy, maybe another time. So I asked the question, tell me more about that. And they share that with me. See, we just want to keep the conversation going. Jot this down in your notes. Keep the conversation going. Hashtag double my revenue. Keep the conversation going. Hashtag double my revenue. But don't believe us. Listen to our clients.
What has been the most extraordinary, fabulous revelation is that they saw something in me bigger than I could see myself. And we have literally taken me and my business to the next level. So I am so grateful for their vision, for their extraordinary brilliance, and just pure marketing genius that transformed me and really seeing what it is that you are meant to do. They saw in me something that I have been wanting to, that's a part of me, it's really a part of me. And they dug in it and brought it out. And so, thank you to the both of you for my own journey of evolving. Really making a difference in the world and having this effect. Thank you so much.
Okay, so here's what I want you to know. If Doris Birch can do it, you can do it. If others have done it, so can you. See, you're not any different. You're just as smart. You're just as intelligent. You have the skill set, but it's possible you've never been in this type of conversation. So here's what I want you to know. The last thing I want to share is just called the story technique. And the story technique will allow you to be able to tell a story as handling part of an objection. Now, why do you want to do that? Because stories to spend time. Stories act as invisible selling. Stories move people emotionally, and stories speak to the person at a subconscious level. And all they know when they hear stories, they go into a trance, and they like you, they trust you, and they may do business with you. And here's a technique. When you get to the end and you ask how do you feel about moving forward, and the person says, I don't have the money. Here's a phrase you can start off with. That reminds me of a client who was in a similar situation. Let me share what they did. Now, this is called third-party endorsement or social proofing. That reminds me of a client who was in a similar situation. Let me share what they did. They didn't have the money, but they took the time. We worked out a budget for that was. We worked out an installment program that was comfortable for them, and they took the action. They're glad they did. That reminds me of a client who was just like you. They had some concerns. They had to see it in writing first, but they decided to do it. See, that's the language pattern. That's the structure. That's a system. This is easy. This is simple. Simple is easy. Easy is duplicatable. See, you can do this. Some of you, this is trainer content. You're going to take this content yourself. Yeah, you got to apply it, but then you're going to teach it to other folks. And you can do that right there in the middle of your presentation. I like it when you do that. Let me give you an example. Working with a client, I'm not going to mention their name, and one of the objections they came across a lot was I have to talk it over with my partner. And so I asked this question. That might be something that's on your mind right now. You might be saying, Shay, I just woke up, Shay. I get that a lot. I got to talk to my partner, talk to my wife. And I said, well, here's what you can do. There's two techniques. We have many, but let me share in the time I have. Technique number one, I've got to talk it over with my partner. You could say this. You could ask a question. If the decision was up to you, would you do it? And just be silent. They're going to say yes or say no. You got a 50-50 shot. That means they're going to do it. You just keep the conversation going. You get to the end and say, how do you feel about signing the contract? How do you do? Now, if they say, I don't know what I'm going to do, then maybe they're not ready yet. They say, hey, I'm in. I'm all in. We just have a conversation. When we're spending $5,000, we at least talk to it with each other. That's fair. Reasonable request at a reasonable time. Reach over to them and say, congratulations. Welcome aboard. You're going to love this. Let's get everything completed, everything filled out. Talk it over with them. If there's any changes, let me know. We'll hold this for 24 hours. And then you do the Columbo close. You go, Columbo was like, oh, one more question. Remember Columbo? Peter Falk. He's no longer with us, but Peter Falk. He would say this. One more question. If your partner, if your husband, if your wife says no, what are you going to do? You got a 50-50 shot. They say, I'll do it anyway. I'll take 50-50 any day of the week. That's better than being whippy saying, okay, I'll come back. I'll let you know what I'll do. I'll call you to a very special offer. I'm going to introduce you to a very special offer. Jot this down in your notes. Put this in your notes. Let's just do this right now. This is for those out there that really need to be ready. We're going to do something really special. In the private and elusive exclusive Facebook group, put hashtag sales swagger. In fact, as you're putting hashtag sales swagger into the private, elusive, exclusive Facebook group, look up top. Just look up top right now. Let's just share this forward. Let the world know we're ready. We are ready. We're going to double our revenue. We gave ourselves a $10,000 raise. We got to perform. We got to step up. We've got to raise our game. So what do you need to do? Hit the share button. Just hit the share button. And then put hashtag sales swagger. That's right, hashtag sales swagger. Doesn't that feel good? It just feels good. Just go ahead right now. Let's go ahead and shake and say, he's coming to the end. He's ready now. He has one more technique, and then he's going to do something special. He promised it in the very beginning, and he's going to deliver. I know he is, and I am going to deliver. So let me go ahead, if I can, let me go ahead and show you this here. This is the last technique in the time that I have. Here it is. Get to the end of the presentation. How do you feel about moving forward? I tried it before and it didn't work. I'm not cool. No pressure selling. How to sell without being salesy. No pressure at all. Great way to go. You're just there to help them solve a problem. People will pay you today if you help them solve a problem. And once you do that, then you've done your job. You've already patted yourself on the back. Don't believe us. Listen to our clients.
Hello, I'm Ruben West, and I'm a speaker. I'm an author, I'm a trainer, I'm a coach, I'm an entrepreneur. And you know what? There's times in my career where I just wanted to take my business to the next level. And so what I did is I reached out for help. Let me tell you, I reached out to Robert Allen, 5-time New York Times best-selling author. I reached out to Bill Walsh as a mentor and went to his program out of Chicago. He's known as America's business expert. I've reached out to Les Brown, one of the top 5 speakers in the world, and asked him to become my mentor. And I joined his program. But I also wanted to take my business even further. And you know who I reached out to? Jay Brown and Trevor Otts. And if you want to take your business to the next level, regardless of who you work with, if you want to take your business out of the stratosphere, you need to reach out to Jay Brown and Trevor Otts. Don't let anyone tell you the sky is the limit. Why? We know there's footprints on the moon. And I believe with these two guys, I'm going to be walking on it.
Ruben is just like a number of you out there. He knew he could go to an entirely different level. Now, here's a gentleman who, prior to meeting us in a 10-month window, this is walking right up to meeting us in a 10-month window, he had worked with Les Brown, and he joined the Les Brown Platinum Speakers, a $25,000 program. He had did the Bill Bartman program, another $25,000 program. He did Rich Dad, Poor Dad. This is all in a 10-month window. This is the gentleman who's on the fast track. It's not someone that's blowing through money. It's just he's earned money. He's good. He's bad to the bone. And yet, $60,000+, a gentleman still says, you know, I can get to another level. There's another gear that I have. And I know that I can do this with less effort. He took a step. He hired us. He worked with us. Now, just recently, working with us, a lot of successes that Ruben's had. But I do want to tell you this. He created a brand that was created by us, which is Live Your Best Life, I believe. I think it's a brand. That's not as important as it is that just recently he was able to get his message out. And by working with us, he had a goal, which if he had achieved maybe about 3,000 to 5,000 folks, he'd have been happy. That day he had over 66,000 viewers because he put together a structure, because he had a system, because he knew what he's going to say, when he's going to say it, and why he's going to say it. And Ruben, shout out to you. Shout out to all the Rubens that are out there in the world, because there are a lot of other folks that are out there. We have many, many clients, but we only have so much time. But what I want you to walk away with is that you can do this. The next 12 months will be your best 12 months ever. The next 30 days will be like the 30 days you've never had before. And it's all possible. You might be wondering, Shay, will this work? Can I do all this? The answer is absolutely you can do it. And how do I know you can do it? Because if others have done it. And if others have done it, so can you. When you follow a step-by-step system. And what I like to do right now is share with you how you can stay in this conversation over and beyond today, because the mystery has been solved. The missing piece to your success has been discovered. And I'm excited that I can bring it to you. I'm excited that you're here. I'm excited you made it to this point in the presentation. And I'm confident that you want to hear step-by-step how you can do it. Now, I mentioned that there's a very special offer. Just hold on, just a few minutes, You're going to be really, really glad I let the cat out the bag. It's really special that every single one of you can really enjoy. Now, it's a very special invitation. It's not for everyone. So for those that are listening, you want to come to your computers right now, and you're going to pay very close attention. And if you're listening, you want to say, whoa, he just said I better get ready. Yes. Get ready. Never done this before. Now, if you happen to have your hand somehow on some lost tape, some lost video, and you're watching it, then it's all on the honor system. But I'm going to be introducing to you the missing piece. Our 1-year Master Influence series. Now, this is all about sales power. The ability to be able to take what you're doing now to the next level. Now, you might be wondering, okay, Shay, what is this all about? How does it work? What's in it? I'm going to walk you through that step by step. Now, for those that are just curious and you just want to get ready, like, okay, I'm curious, I want to get ready. Just head on over to buysalespower.com. Just head on over there right now. You can go to buysalespower.com, because it's a very special offer. It's going to be only for very few folks. So you want to have your browser open. You want to be there. And if this is right for you, if it feels for you, it's going to be a no-brainer. You can be one of the first to take action and get it locked in. So if that's you right now, just open up your browser, put in buysalespower.com. The first piece is our Neural Linguistic Sales Program. The value of this alone is $4,997. Now, you won't pay a fraction of that. Don't worry about that. You're not going to pay a fraction of that. I've let the cat out the bag and said I have something already. It's going to be under $100, but let me tell you about the purpose, because that's what you really want. Shay, what's the purpose of the 1-year Neural Linguistic Mastermind? What's the purpose of it? Number one is to gain more confidence. Number two is to have the power to influence and persuade your clients without being salesy. Also, to close faster and easier than ever before. And at the end of the day, to be a top salesperson. How it works. Every Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have a 60-minute Master of Influence Neural Linguistic Sales training call. Many of you have never been in this type of training before. If you're one of our private clients and you're watching, you're like, whoa, I didn't know you opened it up, Shay. Yes, we're going to open it up to unlock the key. And I'm going to bring that to you. You're going to have the notes. You're going to be in the conversation. But let me share some other pieces that are very important, because there's more. You're going to learn how to ask the right question at the right time in the right language. You're going to learn what is the most important, closing larger deals easier. And the money's rolling into your bank account month after month after month. But wait, there are 3 key special sessions you don't want to miss for those that are already at buysalespower.com. Now, you're going to see a special price, a special investment. Don't do anything. If you want to fill out, you can, but don't do anything until I say hit enter. Do not. Number 1, 2 words you should never use in your vocabulary during a presentation. I gave you 7 things you don't want to do because it's hard to overcome objections. I'm going to give you 2. Number 2, how to use future pacing to make the deal stick. To ask this one question. If you would improve in any of the areas that we just talked about, any one of those areas, here's the burning question I have. What's the number 1 question you have, Shay? Here it is. What would happen to your income? Well, you probably agree. It would go up. it would skyrocket. Matter of fact, that raise you gave yourself was $47. Get started today. Get started. That means $47. So you've got to have some skin in the game. There is a step. And then it's $97. You have 6 installments of $97. So we have a way, really an easy way for you to manage your cash flow. And for those that just want to pay it all at one time, we have a very special offer and a way for you to do that as well. So I have a couple of financial incentives just for you taking action today. Let me share what those financial incentives are for you taking action, because I believe in irresistible offers. I'm famous for irresistible offers. So let me share a couple of those. Imagine this, from the comforts of your home with your bunny slippers on, you can be exactly where you are and you can participate. I can't wait. I really can't wait. You're going to really enjoy this boot camp. Bonus number 2 is a 2-day influencing your clients boot camp. And you're going to learn a couple of things. You're going to learn 6 different sets of language patterns we use. Number 1, sold to. How to sell without being salesy. Bonus number 2 is how to connect with your clients instantly. The value of that program is $1,997. How to connect with your clients instantly. Now, some of you you don't have time. You got to at least make some type of connection. And then once you make a connection, you have to be able to move forward. Others of you, maybe that's not as important. But others are like, Shay, how can I instantly do that? At least have a connection where we can have that conversation going forward. We're going to teach you how to do that. Bonus number 3 is how to connect with your clients instantly. So we'll teach you how to frequency. See, language has a frequency to it. And you've got to be tuned into their language patterns. And maybe you've got some of the fundamentals down, but you're ready for that next level. You're ready to say, you know what? These are some things I know I'm not doing, and I just gave myself a $10,000 raise. And Shay, all this is possible? Absolutely true. Absolutely. You want to be able to do it consciously and say, oh, that's the technique I should use right now. I get it. That's what I should do. And we're going to be really, really pleased that we can teach you that and show you how to do that. I can't wait. I really can't wait. Let me just give you a quick summary as we bring this down, because we got a really special offer. The 1-year sales boot camp. Bonus number 2, our crash course on how to connect with your clients instantly. Bonus number 3, how to find your client's hot button, valued at $1,997. Bonus number 4, how to persuade on a conscious and unconscious level. And bonus number 5, a crash course, irresistible offer. So yes, I have a special offer today. Yes, it's $647, or you can break it into installments, $47 down, and then it's going to be $197 every 14 days. That comes to $647. Now, sell more and earn more. So I've got an irresistible offer. First of all, the price is already a no-brainer. But this is the first time, and I want to do something special. I want to tell your story. I want the next 30 days to be your best 30 days ever. And I want the next 12 months to be so far. Salespower.com. Buysalespower.com. If you're already there, no problem. Go ahead and hit enter. And of course, you have to put your credit card in. You have to make sure you list all of your information. You can go ahead and fill all that out now. And it will be $47. I'm doing it for a limited number of folks. So for the fast action bonuses, I'm only doing this for the first 100 folks. At this price, only for the first 100 folks can I do this. Now, here's exactly what you need to do. Couple bonus. First bonus, you'll get a 20-minute complimentary session with a master practitioner of neuro-linguistic sales, myself. That is to sales success. It's in the archives. We're going to open up the archives for those folks that are taking action that are at buysalespower.com. And I'm going to encourage you to hit over there. I can't wait to work with you. Buysalespower.com. So what's the special offer? Shay, put it up there for me now. Absolutely. And all of the bonus. Welcome to the world of neuro-linguistic sales for those that are already over there at buysalespower.com. Let's talk about, if we can for a moment, the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is you put your money down. So maybe, what's the best case scenario? The best case scenario is you take a step. This becomes the missing piece for you. You put down your $47. You get started. You're in the program. You're on a presentation. You have more confidence. You have greater self-esteem. You're there. You're not being salesy. You're just being you. The sales scripts, the words are in your language. You're speaking the patterns and on the frequency of your prospects. you then, as a result, close the sale. Now, I don't know how many sales you need to recoup $647. Maybe it's 3. Heck, maybe it's 2. Some of you close one sale, it pays for itself. And then you go to another sales presentation, and you do the same thing over and over and over again. And you look up, and this becomes the most profitable investment you've ever made. Where do you head over to? Head on over to buysalespower.com. Again, buysalespower.com. You're going to get everything but the kitchen sink, for lack of a better term. Now, there is a hard way. There is a hard way. It's kind of keep on doing what you're doing. Again, you're going to be successful with or without this program. You're going to make progress. You're going to help more people that you've never used in your business before. Here's what I do know. You will have to expand your comfort zone. The benefit of you doing that is now sales come to you easy. You're no longer finding yourself in a situation of worrying about being rejected. You're able to handle objections in all areas of your business, and you're able to teach them to other folks, and it's so easy. Matter of fact, you didn't even think that was possible, but it is possible, and you were able to do it. So where do you go to take advantage of this? Where do you head to? You head over to buysalespower.com. Again, buysalespower.com. And I know for some of you, this is the right step. I'm looking forward, I know, to working with you. I'm looking forward to the next 12 months being your best 12 months ever. I'm looking forward to you doubling your revenue because of this new power that you have. Not to persuade, not to convince, but really to help more people, to generate more qualified leads, to attract high-paying clients, and at the end of the day, just to close more sales with less effort and, sleep at night, knowing that you've done all that you can do. Just when you think there's nothing left, there's always something left. So what do? You go over to buysalespower.com, enter your first name, enter your last name, just fill the form out completely. You'll get all the details. You'll immediately be put in, and we'll build another call there. You'll be able to ask questions, and we're going to customize it for you. And yes, we're going to have a one-on-one session. We can only do it for so many. But where do you head to? www.buysalespower.com. Let me share a few thoughts with you, if I can, that really helped me and helped our clients and it's helped our company. And just take a minute, you're over at buysalespower.com, and just watch this, if you will. Card, by the way, and we do take Visa, MasterCard, American Express. It will be billed every 14 days. So you probably wonder what happens, Shay. Well, you pay your $47 today, and then 14 days from today, the credit card we have on file will be billed $97. And then what happens after that? 14 days later, it'll be billed another $97. So there'll be 6 installments of $97. But between today and our next session on Neural Linguistic Sales Mastermind, now some of you are in a very intimate mastermind group. And others of you, that's going to be all you need. Working with a client recently, Sean. I remember Sean took a step with one of our programs. It was like this one. It was a baby step. Some of you, $47 is a baby step. It's a lot of money. I get that, but it's a baby step. And between that person taking a baby step with us And 30 days later, they were able to close a deal that put in commissions in their pocket a little over $1,500. And you know, I never heard from Sean Smith again, by the way. I didn't. I only remember it because he called. And back then, we didn't have the power of these fiber optic lines like this. It was a conference call. And he called. And it was his first time meeting me. Didn't really know who I was. And I'll share what I shared with him. I said, if you're on the fence, worst case scenario, it's not a fit. We give you money back. That's the worst case scenario. We just give you money back. But here's what I want to tell you. I promise you, the worst case scenario will not happen. You have already over at buysalespower.com. Don't stop. Go ahead and register. I'm not going to have any additional bonuses. We're going to just run out of space, and then the site's going to go down. So when it goes down, it goes down. But this is all about effort. This is all about giving your best. This is all about having sales swagger. Two things I shared. I said, you know, in your presentation, you're missing two very important pieces I believe and I know with certainty would help. One technique, this is a little advanced, but you can handle this. It's called an ICR. Just jot that down in your notes. Interest more than 6 minutes. They go in a trance and then they're out of trance. Just like right now, you're in a trance and then you're out of trance. And you've got to say something that brings them back in attention, kind of like Mork and Mindy's antennas going up, or like the headline of a Washington Post or of a newspaper. Something like this. Listen very closely to what I'm about to tell you. See, that's an interest-creating remark. You don't want to miss this next idea. That's the interest-creating remark. What I'm about to tell you will change your life or improve your business. See, those are interest-creating remarks. And Sean needed to sprinkle those strategically throughout his presentation. There were different ones, because they had to be customized, but it wasn't part of what he was doing. Now, sometimes he did it and just landed. He knew what his mentors were doing, but he wasn't sure of the techniques. And I had to break it down to him scientifically, just like doing math. 1 + 1 = 2. And so interest-creating remark was something that, for those that are already at buysalespower.com, you're going to learn so much more. So here's what I'd like for you to do. I have a few final thoughts. First, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to share with you the best ideas that I know, the strategies and systems that we use with our clients today in order to make more sales with less effort. I am going to encourage you to go over to buysalespower.com. Again, buysalespower.com. And I also want to acknowledge you. I want to acknowledge you for the champion that you are. I want to acknowledge you because you are a winner. I want to acknowledge you for taking action, acknowledge you for just showing up, and acknowledge you for just being on this webinar right now. I just want to thank you for being part of this broadcast, hearing what we're talking about right now and being here. And I want you to know that the next 12 months will be your best 12 months ever. I close with these comments. I know you're going over to buysalespower.com, but I close with these comments from my mentor, the late Jim Rohn. He's no longer with us in body, but he's always here in spirit. He would say two things. Number one, don't wish it was easier, just wish you were better. And how true is that? How profound is that? That you can be better. You can be at buysalespower.com. You can get better. There is an easy way for you to do that. And it's within your budget, less than a tank of gas to get started. The second thing he would say is, don't wish for less problems, wish for more skill, because it's skill that helps us overcome all the problems. And you have the skill. This is a skill building session we have.